All right, it's past 9 o'clock, everyone. We're going to convene our first meeting of 2024, and we'll ask our clerk to call the roll for our 9 o'clock agenda.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly.
All right, any additions or corrections from County Council?
No, Chair.
Okay, now we're going to go to our closed session items. These are items 1A and B. If the public has any comments to make on our closed session agenda, this is the time to do so, and we'll allow up to 2 minutes. I don't see anybody in chambers, anybody online? No. Oh, wow. All right, it's a good start to the year. Okay, we'll recess the closed session agenda, and we'll call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, and we'll call the roll again for this agenda.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly.
Any additions or corrections to this closed session agenda?
No, Chair.
All right, we only have one item 1A for this agenda. Is there any members of the public who would like to comment on this? Again, there's nobody in chambers, so there's nobody online either, so we'll recess and we'll reconvene at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 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 1, 2, 3.
Clerk's mic, clerk's mic.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This is the little assisted listening. So the way that I'm doing it is I have my phone in here recording, so I can hear all the mics through the speaker, and then I'm using this to make sure that we can hear it in here and on here as well. Do it. The public feed is on, but the board of supervisors is muted, so you can just.
Mic check, wireless 1.
Perfect.
I turned 16 on for you. I don't know if you.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. We're going to convene our first regular Board of Supervisors meeting for 2024. I want to welcome back all our staff, and I hope everybody had a wonderful holidays with their families and friends. So to start this meeting, we're going to call a roll by our clerk.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And next, we're going to ask for the announcement for Spanish interpretation by Diego Salas. Gracias.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español para la reunión de hoy. Si desea hacer comentario público, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Diego. Next, we're going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to ask our incoming chair, Supervisor Glenn Church of District 2, if he could lead us today. If we could all rise. Thank you, Supervisor Church. Next, we're going to additions or corrections by our clerk.
Yes, there are several. We have a correction to item number 4 under the scheduled matters for Board of Supervisors appointments. A revised clean and red line appointment list was received for 2024. There's an addition to item number 4.1 under ceremonial resolutions. A ceremonial resolution has been attached. There's a correction to item number 5 under appointments. The Monterey County Regional Fire District Board of Directors, a revised board report and application was received. And there's addition, adjourn in memory of Phil J. Mastis. And lastly, item number 22, a revised board report was received.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're going to go to item number 2. This is nominations. Nominate and elect members of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to serve as the 2024 chair and the vice chair. This is a little different than we normally do, so I think I'll go to Supervisor Mary Adams to start us off with a nomination, and then I got to ask for public comments once the nominations are made, or?
Public comment on the item after, I would do it after the.
At the end, okay, perfect, awesome. So we'll go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I know we have a lot of items on our agenda today, but it is an honor for me to nominate our District 2 Supervisor, Glenn Church, to be chair of the board for the 2024 board year.
All right, is there a second? Great, and we could vote on, well, let's do that one first, and all those in favor of the motion? Oh,
Aye.
Is there public comment? Well, let me do the vice chair nomination first, and then we'll take a vote on each one. I would like to nominate as vice chair our District 3 Supervisor, Chris Lopez. And is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, for a second, we'll recognize Supervisor Askew. So is there public comments on either of these motions? See none. Let's take up the first motion by Supervisor Adams, and it was seconded by Supervisor Askew. Yes, we did, just right now on both. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, motion carries 5-0. On the second motion for vice chair, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries 5-0. Congratulations to you both. Okay, so I think we're on item number 3, and I think Supervisor Church, you're gonna make we're gonna make the comments first, then we do the. I was gonna make my last comments from here. Oh, I'm gonna make those first. I can make my comments first, and then you can present it. Okay. Yeah, because we're on outgoing comments by the chair, and before we hand it over to our incoming chair, I just want to make some brief comments. My comments are that it has been an honor for me to serve as chair of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors over the last year, which was a very challenging and difficult one that tested our resolve as a county family, and as community leaders. The last 12 months reminded me how crucial county government is in addressing the most pressing needs of our communities, especially during the most challenging of times and its aftermath. We are the ones on the front lines when it matters the most, whether it is in North County, South County, Salinas, or on the peninsula. It reminded me why our role as county supervisors is so important and why this job is the best job that I've ever had in my career as a lawyer and as an elected official. We show leadership not only when times are good, but more importantly, we show leadership during the most difficult of times. What we do when our families and our small businesses are hurting, suffering, and asking for their needs to be addressed immediately by our local, state, and federal governments. Leadership is shown when we organize door-to-door walks to alert residents to prepare for an evacuation even before the storm hits. And then afterwards, when we can hear the cries and frustration of our mothers and fathers who are worried about how they were going to provide for their families or be able to overcome the complete loss of everything they had. When Pajaro finally reopened on March 23rd after a difficult 12-day evacuation, my staff Javier and I were there when a grandmother returned to her small apartment unit on Salinas Road and Jonathan Street, opened her door, and then began to cry when she saw all of the little that she owned was completely damaged by water and mud. It was these heartbreaking moments that stayed in my mind to demand that local, state, and federal resources come to aid our communities at the earliest possible time and even establish new programs like the Storm Assistance for Immigrants program, the first of its kind program in the nation to provide storm assistance to undocumented immigrants who didn't qualify for FEMA assistance due to their immigration status. It pushed us to advocate with the support of our state legislators for $20 million in additional assistance to help Pajaro in its recovery. But there are many other pressing issues that we need to continue to address this year, including making additional progress on our housing and homelessness crisis, our county budget that is becoming more challenging each year, our water and roads infrastructure needs, and expanding health care this year to all those undocumented immigrants between the ages of 26 and 49 who will not qualify for Medi-Cal, making all people eligible for Medi-Cal regardless of their immigration status if they meet the traditional requirements. Our county has one of the highest percentages of undocumented residents, and that's why this really matters here. I want to thank all my dedicated staff, Linda, Javier, and Jasmine, for all their assistance, professionalism, and hard work this last year, and to thank our county staff that I had the chance to work with more closely, including our board of the clerk, Valerie Ralph, and her dedicated team, our interpreter, Diego Celis, here in these chambers, our CAO and assistant CAOs, our county director, Nick Pasculi, and Maya, and the retired county counsel, Les Gerard, our HR team, emergency management, public works, our legislative team, and our many other county departments who did so much. And more importantly, to thank our 5,600 plus essential county employees who stepped up this last year in a big way. Special thanks to our IT team who renovated these supervisor chambers with some excellent technological upgrades and renovated our Monterey room so that we could hold our county meetings in that room during 4 months of the construction in these chambers. Lastly, to our county employees, I want to commend you because you are the true dedicated professionals who aim to give our local communities, our residents, and our businesses the very best of you each day. I know that we don't thank you enough for all you do enough. But please know that you are much appreciated by all of us. I now pass the gavel to my colleague from District 2, Glenn Church, and I look forward to working collaboratively with our colleagues, other local governments, and our state and federal legislators on unfinished business from last year and other critical needs of our communities this coming year. The County of Monterey has always shown to be a true leader in the past, and it will always do so in the future. But let's continue to blaze a trail for our communities today and for future generations here in Monterey County tomorrow. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, and adelante. With that, pass it over to Supervisor Church.
Sure. I just want to thank you for your service this last year, and I'm supposed to give you a plaque, but I know we're going to be changing seats, so I assume that's how you're going to get it.
We do that up here, and then I sit.
But it's a very nice little plaque here, and I believe it's given to something like that's given to every chair when they leave here, and it's appreciate your work during some difficult times last year, during the disasters we had and the flooding, and especially in the Pajaro area, and I'm hoping this year will be a little easier for us.
Definitely. Thank you. I think you present it. I think you hand it off, and then I take your seat.
We get to make comments, right?
Yes.
While you're still sitting in the chair?
Making comments or?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll make a couple of quick comments. I just want to thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo. I especially appreciate the graciousness with which you thanked everyone today who helped you during your tenure as chair. I think each person who serves as chair brings their own personality and their interests and their contacts forward. This year has flown by because of your enthusiastic leadership, and I want you to know how much I appreciate that. I also very much appreciate your community engagement and the way you interact with the crowd. And should I ever choose to remarry, I'd want you to be the MC at my wedding.
That's great. Thanks for that compliment.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Luis, for a strong year of leadership. I look back on this year, and obviously it starts with a big point in my life where my daughter came into the world. But when I look back at the breadth of work that we were able to accomplish in the last year, I'm really proud of it. And I look at those pieces that came in that you brought to the table. One that really stood out for me, a moment that when I reflect on this last year's work, it meant a lot to me personally because of my family history, was the Bracero event that took place in this chambers. And as I've been in community, a lot of folks still bring that up to me. They tell me how important that was to them, even if their grandfather passed, even if their father passed. They talk about the fact that we stopped business to do that and how much that meant to them, that we understood, saw them, and saw those contributions. It's the day-to-day work that you pointed out, and thanking every county employee is so critical, so thank you for that. But it's also those other little pieces that you brought in this year that tie it all together, that meaningfulness of local government, how close we are to our people, and the fact that you can help reflect that while fighting for the bigger issues was, I think, a great testament to your work this year. And so thank you for your work as chair to help make all those moments happen for community and to put us in a position where, as tough as the last year was, I don't think anybody on this board feels like we didn't accomplish a lot, because we did, even through crisis. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you, brother.
Jump in here too. Thanks. So I want to say it's hard sitting in that chair role, and I think you make it look really easy, Luis. You just like roll through it, and you with ease and comfort, and it sets a tone for how we engage as a board and how we engage as a leadership body. I'm really proud of the board as a whole this past year and how we've found a way to work together, to disagree respectfully, to navigate challenging issues in a way that models the type of open dialogue, the type of engaged dialogue. You've allowed us as our chair this past year to listen, I think, more carefully and deeply to one another and to our public than we have in my tenure on the board, and I really value and appreciate that. Everything my colleagues have said about engaging with the public, recognizing our county workforce, I think I echo those sentiments. But as Mary said, we all bring our unique perspectives and personalities into the space, and you run a really good meeting, and I think allowed us to stay focused on the issues that we needed to get through on a weekly basis. So thank you for your leadership, Luis.
Thank you, Wendy. All right.
Yeah, let's try it again here.
Here we go. This time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
It's not democracy, that's it. Peaceful transition. Yep.
Have to get used to a new seat here and perspective. And I just wanted to say a few words here to begin, because it's in my time on this board for this last year, it's been a real honor. It's a real privilege to serve as a Monterey County Board of Supervisor, and I know that I feel like to speak for that for all my colleagues on here, and it's it's a double honor to really be chair at this point. I know we have a lot of challenges in this county and many problems to face, but having worked with this 4 members of this board, I know they all have unique abilities, and I know we're all capable of rising to that challenge and getting some things really accomplished. It's just, sustainable development, which we need, and that'll protect our ag land and deal with our water crisis, taking consideration our traffic limitations. And as we go through and we build, it's always, it's important to have the first thing at the forefront is as we build housing, is how does this impact affordable housing? How does it create more affordable housing and increase its stock? And that's the lens I think we have to always look through as we look through projects onto here. But there's a lot of other things I think we've done this last year. We started on that are a positive steps. We're taking some proactive steps and dealing with disaster management, whether it's fire or flood, and I'm hoping that will continue on. As well as we can maybe take a look at some of the neglected problems we've had over the years. One of the big problems in my district I hear from a lot from people is just the deterioration of roads, and I'm hoping we can start to really turn those kind of corners around. I think it's a real big issue in District 3, District 5 as well, of course, and very much in District 2. But as I really look at my top priorities, it's going to be pretty much a lot what I've done over this past year, which is really trying to increase transparency, but also really increasing public engagement, because getting the community engagement and people involved in the county government is really necessary. And I think over the years, with the collapse of newspapers and the rise of social media, there's been some things lost there in terms of the public understanding what their government does. So as I look forward to this next year, I just really want to say I really look forward to working with all of you and my colleagues, as well as the fine staff that this county has, and as well as who I consider to probably be the finest CAO in this state. But I think what I really look forward to is just working for and serving the people in this county, whether they're from Aromas to San Ardo or Monterey to Salinas, because that's really, after all, what we're really here for. So I want to kind of leave it at that, and turn it over to, you have any comments for the incoming Vice Chair, Supervisor Lopez?
None for me. I'll just say thank you and look forward to your year of leadership and supporting you and all those efforts and goals, because I agree those are critical points that we need to address. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
If I could just say, looking forward to your leadership as the chair and the vice chair, Supervisor Lopez. But I did want to just thank you as a new supervisor, because you did come into your role as representing District 2 under very challenging circumstances, just like our CAO did. It was not an easy job. There's not a playbook for it. And you stepped up to the challenge. And then afterwards, there was a lot of contentious meetings talking about recovery in your district, and you led those and your team. And I just wanted to acknowledge that's not something easy. A lot of people would shy away or not step up as much as they could, but you have stepped up. And so I know your community is still going, your district and those communities are going through a lot still. And that's why when I talk about finished work is staying committed, not only to help in the recovery process, but to get that work done on the Pajaro River as soon as possible. And I think I want to just pledge my support to work collaboratively with you to make sure some of these big goals that are not easy tasks get done at the earliest possible time, because I know people in your district, that's what they want to see more than anything this coming year. So look forward to working together and getting more things done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to make the quick comment that the first time one chairs the board, it's both daunting and exhilarating at the same time. And I'm confident that you and your very, very able team will bring best practices and thoughtful discussion to all of the items that come before us throughout the year. I look forward to your being chair, and it will help you in any way that I might be able to. And I'm absolutely confident that Supervisor Lopez will always be ready to step up should, if or when needed. So thank you so much, both of you, for the work that I know lies ahead.
All the work ahead. Glenn, I just, congratulations on stepping in as chair. Thank you for being willing to take on this position. I'll just comment on a couple things that I'm really excited about having you in this position. One of them being how open you've been since joining the board. I know I can call you anytime for anything, to have any discussion, so long as it's not violating a Brown Act discussion I've had with another colleague. But I really appreciate how open and willing to engage in these dialogues and conversation that you've been. It makes it really easy to have an open working relationship. The other thing that I want to comment on, and that I'm excited with you stepping in as chair, is your commitment to making government more accessible and engaging our public in the work of local government. I've seen you do that in your district this past year with community meetings. I think you've had, 100 of them out in community, going to where people are, meeting them, listening deeply to the concerns and issues that they have, and then finding the ways to bring those back. I think that that's something, I know that I share that desire to meet our public where they're at, make sure that local government is working for them, and that we're finding the right ways to let them know how local government is working and how they can be engaged and involved. So in the role as chair, you have a sort of a unique additional space to do that and bring that element into what we do as a countywide. So I'm really excited to support you and your leadership over the next year. Thanks.
I want to appreciate everybody's thoughts, and I do want to point out that, as my colleagues know, you can't do this job without a staff, and that's what makes you look good. And with that, I would really like to recognize my staff. If folks would please stand. Thank you. Thank you. And for that too, I can't do this without this last year or the next coming years without support from my wife and actually my son as well. My younger son is here. So if Kathy and Chris, if you'll please stand. Thank you. Thank you. So I guess we can get on to real business at this point, which would be going through the Board of Supervisors appointments on item 4. So you were going to start that? All right.
Absolutely. I'll take this item. And this is an item to consider Consider a proposed member of Board Supervisors appointments to various standing committees and non-committee entities for calendar year 2024, as recommended by the incoming chair of the Board of Supervisors, and to consider creation, dissolution, or continuation of certain Board of Supervisors ad hoc committees. And so Karina will be helping me with the presentation. Just to give a little bit of background as to how we came about the recommendations that the chair is putting forward and are available for your review. They're both attached online, but also have been distributed on the dais as well. And so, Karina, if we can go to the first slide. As part of the process, this is a yearly process that the board goes through. But this last year, Supervisor Church provided a referral to address how the procedure would actually occur. It wasn't until November 28th that the ad hoc committee was created, but unable to meet due to different scheduling issues. So Karina and I both met with each of the supervisors to capture preferences as to certain committees. In some instances, it makes sense for individuals to remain on a committee for a certain number of years because of the building, the background and information related to those committees and different projects that may be ongoing. But also there's instances where there's a district that is appointed to that specific committee and it makes sense for that district to remain. And so just this last week, we did have a meeting with the chair and reviewed the input that we received from the board members. And really, we were only capturing preference, not anything that was, sharing information among the different board members. It was really just to share preferences from the board members. And so the next steps following today's appointments is actually going to be to come back with the ad hoc committee, review the existing policy, and then propose a policy for consideration. So today we are working on these committee assignments as though we didn't have a policy in place, because we do not, a new policy. And so we're using the old policy. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor and Chair Church, who will then go through the different committee assignments. The next slide.
Thank you. Was selecting this is always difficult as we have the Brown Act we have to deal with onto here. So I really there weren't too many changes onto here, but just a few, partially because I'm trying to reduce my own workload as we look at the standing committees and the non-county entities. I kind of broke it down and found out I'm on 28 of these. Supervisor Lopez is on 23, and Supervisor Alejo 18, Supervisor Askew 21, Supervisor Adams 15. And so I tried to reduce on my presence on a few of these, and definitely would want to hear what the supervisors are interested in saying here at this point. I know on the standing committee, we caught one little error on the Equal Opportunity Committee because these are supposed to be staggered, and so there's a little change here for years 25, 26, and 27, just to put it in alignment with the other standing committee assignments. I guess if it was taking this as one step at a time, is whether the board. Any board members want to exchange committees or want to hold with the same lineup here. If there's any comments on that.
Overall, or just on the slide in front of us?
Just on this slide, I think. And probably I'll take public comment on this after we've gone through the whole list. So yes.
Yeah, just a question. I know that the different committees meet at different amounts of time. So some committees meet every month, some committees meet every quarter, some committees really haven't been meeting. So the only question I have on this is looking at this list, are all of these committees meeting regularly? If they haven't been meeting regularly, is there a reason for that? I just want to make sure these are all still relevant committees and that the folks who are on them are engaged in the regular meeting schedule that's happening or not happening. And if it's not, if we could know what that is. I'll have Karina speak to that in terms of the frequency of the meetings. They're arranged through our staff. So is there any of these committees that are not meeting regularly?
It is my understanding that they all meet regularly. I can definitely check on the Urban County Standing Committee, but the remainder, I believe that they do meet regularly.
And Urban County Standing does. That's Supervisor Church and I, Chair Church and I, and yeah, we meet regularly. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I could just comment on the Homelessness Committee. We haven't met as much. That was my concern when we split up the committees, because originally I had proposed that homelessness stay with Health, Housing, and Human Services, because they all go together. But nonetheless, the board decided this past year to split up homelessness, and I think we only met like maybe 2-3 times throughout the year, and it's been hard to even have items on there. But I just wanted to comment on my observations over the last year, right, that I think it was true what I was concerned about, that there wouldn't be enough items there to hold meetings once a month, not even once every 2 months, so I just wanted to comment on that. The other part of it was just that when I talk about homelessness, I like having other staff that deal with homelessness issues, our Department of Social Services, our Health Department, also looking at those other issues that go along with addressing homelessness on that human services side, the health side as well. So that would be my only comment as an observation over how that has worked over the last year.
Supervisor.
Thank you. Lest anyone think I'm getting off with the number of committees on which I serve, I wanted to just comment that in addition to this, I have other responsibilities. As an example, I co-chair with Congressman Panetta the Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Committee. I also serve by law as well as the chair of the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee. And then I also, within the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, I chair the Ledge Committee as well. There are a few others, but those are the ones that just pop out as more demanding of time, et cetera. So thank you for that consideration.
I don't think anybody is thinking as a supervisor you're getting off easy. So Supervisor Alejo, are you suggesting maybe that?
No, I just want to just give my 2 cents on that. I mean, it's worth trying it another year and just seeing how it goes. Okay,
very good.
I'll make a motion to approve the board standing committee assignments for
everything, each one? Okay. Okay, just getting the process side down here. So let's try on the standing committee, since we're going to do a vote on these. We'll see if there's any public comment on these. I see nobody in the chamber and nobody online. So Supervisor Adams, you had a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the board standing committee assignments with the staggered rotation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Supervisor Alejo. All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. So we move on to the ad hoc committees here, and I know we had these 3 COVID committees on here which have not met, and there was some discussion last year about removing them. I also think that maybe that Animal Services Ad Hoc Committee should be included in that, because there is now a JPA, which I'm the primary, and Supervisor Lopez is the alternate for that.
In practice, I totally agree. We wound that up last year, and you got the lead on that. And
right.
Yeah, so I think we can get rid of the ad hoc because it doesn't meet anymore.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, just on the COVID Ag Committee, I think last year we kept it just in case we needed it, but it was obvious throughout this year that it was not very much needed anymore for its intended purpose. So I think this is the right time to kind of wrap up that committee.
Any other comments, supervisors? In that case, could entertain a motion here for the 3 that are striked in red. And first, I'll take some public comment. How about that? Is there anybody in the chambers? Online? Nobody online? So then I'll see if I can entertain a motion for the 3 that are striked here, plus the Animal Services Ad Hoc Committee to be removed as Ad Hoc Committee.
So moved.
So moved by Supervisor Alejo.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Adams. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that passes. So we move to the non-county entities, which currently has a breakdown of IF 15, Supervisor Lopez 11, Adams 8, Alejo 7, and Supervisor Askew 6. I tried to move myself off of a few committees on here to try to get a little more even balance on this. And this is the one where I try to kind of guess who wants to be on what committee or so. I just want to see if go to some comments onto this from the first from the board.
Yes.
Yes.
While Chris is looking at his list, the only comment I had, Mr. Chair, is on the changes that were assigned to District 1. I want to put in the context that last June, I passed over on the Groundwater Sustainability Agency that I served on the executive committee on, and the monthly board meetings. That agency was a voting body that met every month, and the executive committee was an additional meeting every month, 2 meetings a year. That was something I was very attached to because I was a founding member of the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. But I know that was something you desired. I didn't want to make a fight about it. And I took on the Workforce Development Board, but they've only met once in November since then, you know. And I was at CSAC conference, so it's like a body that doesn't meet very frequently. And I see that on this proposed list that I was assigned the Behavioral Health Commission. That's a commission that I don't think I even have a vote on. But I am interested in serving on the Monterey Bay Air Resources District. If we could swap those, that would be a new assignment I'd be willing to take on.
Sure. On the my reasoning for I'm getting off the behavioral health is I was only able to attend about half the meetings, and Thursday evening became a real conflict at times with various committees. At one time, I had 3 committees meeting overlapping each other. For the Monterey Bay Air Resources District, let's see, currently I'm on to that one, Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Askew. You were the alternate. Supervisor Adams had also expressed an interest in that seat, and which I'm happy to give up, and you are also interested in the position on there. So I guess my question would be for Supervisor Lopez and Askew as well as what your feelings on continuing on there.
I think I'm in line to be chair of that organization, so I'm not sure it's the right time for me to step away, having had those leadership changes there as I back up Supervisor Friend at this point from Santa Cruz.
And I had a number of big issues that we've been working on. The Air District is funding the e-bike incentive program that we've been working on, as well as some other big trail projects that are in District 4. So I'm very interested in remaining on the Air Resources Board.
Supervisor Adams?
I really wanted to serve on the Air Resources Board as well.
Is there anybody that wishes to serve as an alternate to there? Just trying to see if I can pull up a consensus out of this at this point.
I'm already the alternate on there.
Yeah.
And I've only I'm lucky if I get to attend 1 meeting a year, you know.
So, okay, well.
I think there's 2 issues there.
Yeah.
On the MBART side, and I mean, acknowledging that this is Supervisor Adams' last year on the board. If it's something she wants to do, I mean, I'd be happy to say that as perhaps next year, then rotating that seat to 1, right, as an understanding that that's where we're headed. But I think the other issue I heard was the Behavioral Health Committee issue.
Well,
so I don't know.
That would make me feel better if we could if I could take on behavioral health this year, but as Supervisor Adams departs at the end of next year, that in next year's assignment, if I could be considered for that, then that for me that'd be fairer, right? Because actually, I want to be serving on a commission that actually makes decisions versus one that just participates on a Zoom or in person and doesn't really have any decision making at all. So if that's the case, then I could accept that for this coming year.
Question for County Council. Is it appropriate for us to be able to make decisions for something next year when a different board composition will be voting on it?
You wouldn't be able to necessarily make a decision for a new board, right? The board's going to be able to vote on the committees next year, but there can be a public representation that the remaining members of the board will honor that promise.
And I'd be willing to state my support for that. Thank you very much.
Okay, then I'm good.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. And I did have, so there was another on the list, because I know there's a few that were missing. That's why I was looking for the list. But on that secondary list, there is the Natividad Board of Trustees. And I would request that my colleagues allow me to remain in that position. I know there's a lot of work yet to be done there, and I'm really passionate about that work, so I would like to continue those efforts.
I am open to doing that. I would say the reason that I did put Supervisor Askew expressed some interest. I didn't have it down the list that was a priority for you, but as you expressed it's a priority, I would rather not disrupt things at that point. So I would be happy to go with that change.
I would fully support that. I think you bring a really important voice to the Natividad Board. You represent this board well on the Natividad Board, and bring the coordination of national and statewide interests as well. So I'm happy to support that request, Chris.
Thank you.
I did have one, going back to the last slide, on the, sorry, I just lost it. Give me just a second. Sorry, on the LAFCO committee change, I hear Chair Church, that there's a time commitment and a meeting conflict for you on that committee. I will say, though, that given the significance of the discussions that have happened at LAFCO this year and that will continue to happen regarding changes to LAFCO policy around ag mitigation, as we look at continued annexation of prime farmland, I think you've added a really important and significant perspective and voice in that space. I also recognize that it is a split vote on some really big issues that fundamentally determine whether or not we continue to have ag mitigation enforced in our county into the future. I think I would ask if you reconsider your willingness to continue, even if it's serving as the alternate, so that you can bring that voice and that perspective into that space. I think that would be significant, especially for this year, as we finalize some of those ag mitigation LAFCO policies. Not to put you on the spot, but I have to be really clear. Like we had a vote in December where we gave direction. It was a 3-4 vote, and fundamentally those things could shift very quickly with a different composition at LAFCO.
I understand and I appreciate the vote of confidence, but I need to make some changes, and I feel Supervisor Lopez can represent onto there as well too. So I don't.
Mr. Chair, the only comment I would make, I said I want to just thank my colleagues for allowing Supervisor Lopez to continue to serve on Natividad, especially representing South County and the Salinas Valley, where a lot of health issues are paramount, and a lot of challenges that we've been working on to try to provide more Natividad services to South County, OBGYN, and other critical services for that community. And Chris has taken that role very seriously, and I certainly want to make sure that South County continues to be a critical voice on that hospital board. On the LAFCO issue, I hear what my colleague Askew is saying, but I just wanted to reiterate what I've said before, in that LAFCO has no voting members that are Latino, even though this county is 60% Latino, and there's no representation from the Latino community on that board, even though the alternate is a non-voting position and only steps in when the two primary members are not present. What's different about LAFCO is that the alternate is allowed to sit on the dais and be able to have those discussions and bring those perspectives, especially when the biggest issues before LAFCO are in South County. It's in Soledad, it's in Gonzales, and they deserve to have a voice representing those communities and those issues and those particular issues that Supervisor Lopez is an expert at, the ag mitigation issues and his close relationships with the agricultural community, the farm worker community, the different cities, the different mayors and council members. I think just having his voice be at the dais is an important one, even though it might not have a vote attached to it. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? I'll take it out to the public. Is there any comments? See none in the chambers and none online.
Sorry, just a quick question. Are we also looking at the agencies, JPAs, et cetera, at this point?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, then I do have just one question.
Yes.
And it has to do, I think I've lost it, maybe if we could go back one slide, please, Karina. Yes, okay, that one. The Remote Access Network Board. Is there anyone on this dais that can describe what that committee is or what it does?
I think that actually follows the chair.
That's what I always thought.
I'm pretty sure that we may just need to double check on that. I'm sorry, I missed that. The Remote Access Board is a group of local law enforcement agencies that work together to coordinate live scan, fingerprinting, and exchange of data. There may be more that they do, but I know that was one of the issues that I was able to work on with them to secure some funding to protect local police department budgets so that the exchange of that information happens effectively. They meet a few times a year, but I do believe that follows the chair.
I believe that was the discussion I had at it is that this last year you actually were on that board too. I guess they never met. So, which a few of these are the case. So I understand the tradition is to follow the chair, but I just left it as it was, unless you have an opposition to that.
I don't have an opposition to it, especially now that I understand it, unless Supervisor Askew would like to do it.
Sounds like it.
I mean, I'm happy to do it, but I believe that by ordinance, by statute, it's assigned to the chair of the Board of Supervisors is the assigned individual, but maybe that's worth double checking.
Were we able to do research to determine that?
There was confirmation that it follows the chair, but I believe the board could make a decision otherwise, and that's what happened last year.
It's always been happened that way. It's always somebody else, not the chair, sir.
Did I hear somebody on this side said they were interested in it?
No, I said it sounds like Wendy's interested.
Oh, okay.
She has the most knowledge
Has the
about
experience.
I'm happy to serve if the board desires.
Okay.
That sounds good to me.
So if I understand, then what we're discussing here with this proposal would be for the Natividad Medical Center Board of Trustees would stay at District 3. The Remote Access Network Board would move to District 4. And the rest, I think, stays the same with sort of a informal understanding that District 1 will be taking the embarred position next year.
I'm happy to make that a motion, including these staff and district appointments, unless there is other concerns.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Lopez, second by Alejo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes. We can. Was that? Yes, we did. So we'll move to ceremonial resolutions. And this is to be one that's going to be presented by Supervisor Lopez. And
So it's actually not presented. I'm presenting it Friday at an event.
oh, I got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Happy to make that motion at the appropriate time.
Second?
Yeah. This is to adopt resolution and the recognition of, hope I don't jumble the words here too much, the 30th anniversary of Centro Financiero para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño.
Spanish is getting better.
Well, I ran it by an expert this morning. So I cheated a little bit. So is there any public comment on this? Chambers, online, and being none, I did hear a motion.
There's a gentleman.
Oh, there is? I'm sorry, public comment? Yes. Just feel free to come right, or he's going direction, okay.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Elizabeth Rocha. Yo vivo en Prundel.
Good morning, my name is Elizabeth Rocha. I live in Prundell.
Y quiero pedirles que por favor, si nos pueden ayudar a considerar todas las muertes que han habido en la calle de San Miguel Canyon Road.
I'd like to request if you can help us solve all the deaths that have been occurring on San Miguel Road.
Han habido muchas muertes, muchos accidentes.
I'm sorry, yeah,
Todos
this
los
is, we're not in general public comment, we're just commenting on the resolution. We'll be going to that in a minute.
Estamos comentando en las resoluciones públicas. Vamos a hacer en un minuto el comentario público sobre su tema.
Ok, perdón, pensaba que sí.
Okay, just wait a few minutes.
Excuse me, I believe so.
Thank you. So with the, nobody to speak regarding the resolution, we could, I've already asked for public comment on that. We could go to.
I think motion, did we already have a second?
Second.
Yes, first a second. So, motion by Lopez, it was second by Alejo, as I recall.
We had
Adams,
made it
sorry.
before, I think, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Should we go to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the motion passes. And we will now be taking up a point. Yes. You have number, okay. Taking up appointments. Number 5 is as multiple candidates. Sonia De La Rosa will address that.
Okay, so this item is to consider making an appointment for the Monterey County Regional Fire District Board of Directors for a 4-year term effective upon appointment through January 9th, 2028. Earlier, in October of 2023, there was a referral submitted to take a closer look as to this district and the appointment of the individuals that were eligible. We plan to return later this year to adopt to bring a policy to your board for consideration and adoption. However, we went ahead and provided a 30-day window for individuals to submit applications. There were a total of 3 applications submitted with the pertinent information, and those applications have been included as part of your board packet for your review. We have 2 individuals from District 5 and 1 individual from District 4 who have applied, and for your board's consideration is the review of those 3 and appointment of one of the individuals.
So these individuals, I'm not sure I know the third individual's name here. I only saw 2 myself.
Molly McKee.
Yes, it was added as part of the addendum. And this is the individual that had previously applied, and she submitted the application, but she is the one that actually the name came forward in October and was added to the agenda for today as well. So there's a total of 3.
I believe I looked at the agenda last night, and it wasn't posted. A third wasn't posted on as a one that you could click on the resume.
Yeah, I double checked last night.
Oh, there it is on there,
Yeah.
actually, yeah. I do see it. It was on the next page down. I missed it.
Still looking for I want to make sure I get the names here. I don't.
Molly McGee is the third individual.
Okay, thank you.
But you may want the supervisors to speak as to the individuals, since there's.
Right. Well, I would like to see, also maybe give the individuals a chance to speak themselves. But first, I'll just go to the board. If there's any, the board wants to speak about any of these individuals.
I just had a question process-wise. It's more of a request for when these come forward in the future. I know the report referenced that the districts preferred, or in this process, were 4 or 5 based on equity on the board. But I think what I missed was an understanding of where the rest of the current membership is from, right, and what that balance is. So just in the future, if we could see that list and why those districts are being called out, it was a minor thing. Moving forward, it'd be helpful.
I see that Chief Sargenti is in the room. I don't know if he would be able, or it would be appropriate for him to respond to that question.
And I trust that's where they should be. I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying in the future, it'd be nice to have the breakdown that explains, and these are the reasons, these are the ones available.
What we're going to do is actually bring a process, a policy forward, and that'll include that information to ensure that we are identifying what seats are represented.
And CEO and Mr. Chair, I looked at the agenda that was posted last night, and I just double-checked. The one I thought it was for the next one down, number 6, but item number 5 only has 2 agendas, 2 resumes attached as clickable items on the posted agenda online.
Okay. In terms of fairness here, as we're trying to sort this out, and they mean that there's 3 candidates, I wonder if we shouldn't delay this perhaps for a couple of weeks. I don't know if there's an particular urgency we have on this. or not?
Again, I would look to Chief Sargenti for
Chief, do you want
comment
to
on
give
that.
us your thoughts on this?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Church and fellow board members. You know, we've been in this process for quite some time. Obviously, we are still trying to conduct business. I have confirmed a quorum for our next meeting, so if it's your desire to push it for another week or so, or to your next meeting, that would be appropriate. One of the things I did mention yesterday in my conversations with some of you is the process seems to need some additional work, and I think that's what will be moving forward to you folks in the future. Last time we spoke, there was a vetting process that was supposed to be included in here, and I don't see that in here, but I've been assured that that will be coming up, and as well as who we contact when there is a vacancy. I think it's the communications director and not the CAO. So just those comments.
Okay.
Chair, I would recommend continuing this to the next board meeting, and that way all three applicants can have their applications posted on the agenda.
I'll move that we table this to our next meeting.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Askew.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor
comment?
Adams. Did you have a comment?
I would just like to add to bring forward the policy as well at the same time. So not only table this existing item, but also bring the policy forward. What occurred at the meeting where this was last discussed was that we decided to move forward with this process, with this individual, the selection of this individual, but to then return in the future to update the policy. So Chief Sargenti is correct that there is a policy that trails it. So it'll give us an opportunity to have that policy come forward with the selection of the individual.
And that would be possible by the
next meeting.
January, by the next meeting. Great, good, okay.
The policy does state that eligible applicants could either be from District 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Just
And I would just like to, add also that we include Supervisor Lopez's concerns about really seeing what the distribution is by supervisorial district. So wanted to go to public comment on this before we do have a vote. If there's anybody in the chambers or online? Nope. Okay. Yeah, Supervisor.
Thank you. I just would like to make a quick comment. I just want to tell you that I was really pleased to see the number of people who applied. And for those who have applied and you're wondering, is this ever going to come to fruition? I just want to thank you so much for your patience. And we've got 3 great candidates. So I just want to be sure that they don't lose faith in the process of government, which can be glacial at times.
So we have a motion and a second to table this to the 23rd, I believe. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Good. Passes.
I'll make a motion to approve the other remaining items, appointments number 6 through 17.
I have one comment to pull item, or just a comment, I guess, on number 12 to correct, if I can make that comment. Yeah, I'm just going to comment on 12. Okay, perfect. Just a correction. This is appointing Alison Carr to the Airport Land Use Commission. It says as an at-large member, she would not be representing District 4. The Airport Land Use Commission is, again, a similar appointment to the Fire District, where it's a board at-large appointment. There is no district representation. But I do think, and I spoke to our CAO yesterday, we also need a process to identify when there are at-large appointments. Historically, some of them have just been appointed by the district, and they just continue to be appointed by whoever held the appointment last, that district. But we need a better way to notify all districts when vacancies arise and recruit throughout the county equitably, and then bring forward applications so that names can be considered and the board can make its at-large appointment. So I'm happy to move this forward. I'm also happy to say we need a process, but wanted to make that very clear correction that this is not representing any particular district for item 12.
Okay. Right. We have a motion by Alejo, second by Lopez. If there's no other comments, didn't ask. Oh, no, I did not ask for public comment onto this one. Thank you very much. Any public comment on the on these appointments of 6 through 17? Nobody in chambers, nobody online. Then we move to a vote on this. All those in favor to approve these appointments?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed. Move to the, I want to kind of move along here. I know we had discussions going here earlier and we're kind of eating up our time but for lunch, but we go to the consent calendar. Are there any items that, yes, you'd like to pull?
I just want to make comment on item 66, which is the Ferrari agreement at Laguna Seca.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to comment on number 58, Watsonville Community Hospital ballot measure.
Any other comments? Is there anybody in the public that would like to comment on the items on the consent calendar? Anybody online? Yes. You have 2 minutes.
Tony N.
Yes, please go. Mr. N?
Now he took his hand down.
Okay. So
Now it's back up.
would you have 2 minutes?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you so much for taking up item number 58. My name is Tony Nunez. I am a member of the board of directors for the Pajaro Valley Healthcare District, which oversees Watsonville Community Hospital. The last 2 years have been a challenge for Watsonville Community Hospital in our community, but things are pointed in the right direction with the hospital. And so just appreciate your leadership and bringing this resolution forward to your board. And I hope that you continue your support for both Watsonville, but also the Pajaro Valley, which obviously dips into North Monterey County and the communities of Pajaro, Las Lomas, and Aromas as well too. So thank you so much for having this resolution before your board today.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay, we'll close public comment. Supervisor Alejo, do you
Yes,
want to comment on
and
it?
I thank Mr. Nunez for bringing this up. I just wanted to speak as a board member because our board was very, provided a lot of leadership in the effort to save Watsonville Community Hospital, but not only providing money, but also being a partner with Santa Cruz County and other private and public partners, and most recently the new healthcare district that Mr. Nunez serves on. But as he pointed out, the hospital continues to struggle with its operations, and that's why the Healthcare District Board put measure in on the March 5th primary election ballot, and it would help purchase the actual hospital property and facilities themselves. That would save taxpayers $3 million a year in rent alone, and that could be better put to other critical services in the Pajaro Valley. But it was also expand to renovate the emergency room to provide better emergency care and shorter wait times. It would upgrade imaging systems like X-rays, MRIs, and CT scanners, repair, replace, and upgrade aging, deteriorating roofs, wiring, plumbing, heating, ventilation, and AC systems, and just modernize the hospital to provide local healthcare services so patients don't have to travel far to get the service they deserve to get right there locally at home. So I hope this would be unanimous. I think the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors is taking this up today as well. And I know the community is going to get behind this critical effort to keep the hospital operating many more years into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I also just wanted to briefly state that I support this measure in. It's extreme importance to the residents in northern part of my district, and it's important, obviously, for the folks in Santa Cruz and County as well. So, Supervisor Adams, you had a comment on 66?
I did. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to make the comment that the Ferrari agreement with Laguna Seca is going to be a revenue generating event with the agreed sponsorship fee of $473,975. And we also will receive all the ticket sales and the camping revenue sales during that racing series. But I think with the popularity of the new film, Ferrari, that it's probably going to really boost up the attendance. So I'm just really pleased to see that we're moving forward with this great presentation at Laguna Seca. Thank you.
Motion by Alejo to approve. A second? Second by Supervisor Askew. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes for the consent calendar. Now we'll go to public comment. General, if you would like to come up, we give 2 minutes to please either side. We give 2 minutes for translations. You'll have 4 minutes. And please, when you hear the timer, try to wrap up your comments. Go right ahead, go right ahead, anybody.
Buenos días otra vez a todos. Mi nombre es Elisa Berroche.
Good morning again to everybody. My name is Elisa Rocha.
Yo vivo en Prundel, cerca de la calle San Miguel Canyon Road.
I live in Prundell, nearby San Miguel Canyon Road.
Y vengo a pedirles que por favor pasen de que pongan luces de tráfico, incluyendo roundabouts.
I come to ask you to please put traffic lights, including a roundabout.
Porque si pueden considerar todas las muertes que han habido allí en la calle de San Miguel Canyon Road.
So that you might consider all the traffic deaths that have been occurring on San Miguel Canyon Road.
Todos los días son close calls, todos los días es muy peligroso manejar por allí y han habido demasiados accidentes.
Every day there's close calls, it's very dangerous to drive around there, and there's been many accidents.
So, si por favor pueden considerar de nuevo todas las muertes que han habido allí.
So if you please can again consider due to all the traffic deaths that have been there.
Todos los días yo puedo mirar de mi casa como todo el tráfico que viene de la calle de Echo Valley, que quiere entrar a la San Miguel Canyon Road, manejan muy recio para poderse meter a la calle.
Every day I see from my window the traffic coming from Echo Road into San Miguel Canyon, and there's nearly traffic accidents every day.
So sí, por favor, pueden considerar esto. Ustedes van a poder mirar. No sé si ustedes han pasado por allí o si han sabido de todas las muertes.
So I'd like to please, if you can consider, maybe go take a look at the site and take into consideration all the deaths.
Sé que pasaron la ley de la G12 Corridor, pero si por favor pueden poner esto en prioridad, porque es para salvar las vidas.
I understand you passed the G12 bill corridor, that if you can consider this, please do that.
Si lo pueden poner en prioridad para así poder salvar las vidas.
If you can make it a priority so that we can save lives.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking us to speak what we have in mind, and especially in this situation. We moved in my property in 31. It's in Echo Valley and San Miguel, and we noticed since we moved in about 3 months ago that there's been a lot of close call accidents every time we're trying to merge into San Miguel. I've been a truck driver since 20 years, and I almost had like 6 close calls, and it's really difficult that in one side the traffic is 55 miles an hour and the other side is 45 miles an hour. So by the time we're trying to merge in, it's really difficult to calculate both people coming from one side and to the other side. One of them going at 45 and the other one going at 55 miles an hour. But we're trying to be conscious about letting you guys know or refresh the circumstances that it will be helpful if you guys will make the best decision for our community. Since we moved in, we noticed, and me and my wife, and we decided to speak out a little bit so that way it doesn't stay a guilt in our minds or in our hearts that we didn't do nothing from ourselves. And since you guys have the opportunity and the power to make the right decisions, we hopefully you guys make the right choice to put those projects and make a priority, because there's been a lot of close calls and we've seen a lot of families that we don't want to get involved in accidents, but appreciate you taking the time for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. And if somebody from my staff could go over after you folks sit down, and we could get your contact information. I drive San Miguel all the time. I know the concerns, and there are some things being planned, and I'd like to share that with you. But thank you very much for your thoughts. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Richard Boyer. I'm a retired county employee of 41 years, 20 years in public works, 21 years, and retired as a water resources engineer. In regards to last year's flooding, well, I was very much a part of the 95 and 98 floods. And I also administrated the Salinas River Channel Maintenance Program for about 10 years there before, And we did river maintenance program up until October 31st, 2008. So it really hasn't been decades, nothing's been done. It's been that long. And the documents, I was part of the tree clearing on the Pajaro River right after the floods. That was in the Salinas River part, that was a 46-year flood. And I know I'm just talking from the hip here, from memory, but some of the stuff we don't have to go to square one. And I do know that, like on the Pajaro river floods, it flooded even worse than it did this last time. And the flooding instance for the Pajaro is about once every 8 years. When it does come to a flood, the weather produces that flood thing. But I'd be willing to say that if you need information and historical information from those events in 95 and 98, you'll find them in the Water Resources records. You can go there, and you can also find the reports that I turned in for the 5-year channel maintenance program, where I was involved in getting the permits and other things. The documents are in there on those reports that give the conditions and other things. I'm sorry I'm out of time. But I just want to provide this information to you, because I know there's it appears there's a lot of confusion.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer.
Thank you. And I do know, Mr. Church.
Thank you.
You guys have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Good morning. Happy Richard Nixon's birthday. My name is Eric Peterson, and the city of Salinas, who I do not represent, the city of Salinas has been dealing with a bit of a crisis for the last few months. And I don't know if anybody has asked for help from Monterey County, but Monterey County has resources which can possibly make this a lot better. There's an area in Salinas which has been pretty much inundated with prostitutes. And everybody asks the police department to do something, which is essentially trying to put a square peg in a round hole. It's an excellent square peg, but still a square peg. I've had the good fortune of having a couple friends who were former prostitutes when I first met them, and we've had some great talks and things like that about how they didn't like that line of work. One I met when she was dumpster diving. Grew up in Salinas, went to North Salinas High, and I met her when she was dumpster diving, which was a step up from prostitution. The other is from basically 1,000 miles away. She's in a barter agreement. Neither one has a barter agreement cleaning a house. Neither one has a lavish lifestyle by any stretch of the imagination. And it would be really helpful to get people like social workers involved, because the women I knew were good people. There was nothing wrong with them except maybe a little lacking job skills and things like that. It's the sort of situation where with a little help, they got out of it. or actually, they didn't have it. They had their own help. So if we could get social workers or something involved, it would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from anybody inside the chamber? And online? Nobody online? We'll then close public comment and move to scheduled matters. I know we're running up against the clock here, but item 20, which would be to adopt an ordinance to amend the contract between the California Public Employees Retirement System and the County of Monterey to provide Section 21-118 partial service retirement for local miscellaneous members. Yes.
Good morning, Chair Church and Board of Supervisors. Ariana Hurtado, Assistant Director of Human Resources, and Melissa Zamora, Employee Benefits Program Manager. First and foremost, we would like to, since it's the first meeting of the year, wish the Board of Supervisors, our county family, and members of the public a very happy new year. As you mentioned, we are here today to request the board consider the adoption of the ordinance which was introduced in November of last year. This ordinance would finalize the contract amendments between the County of Monterey and the California Public Employees Retirement System to add a partial service retirement program to our agency. This program would allow, I'm not sure if it's cutting out, sorry about that. This program would allow department heads to be able to refer eligible employees to our CAO for approval to participate in the program. And be able to continue to work part-time while partially drawing on those retirement benefits. If the ordinance is adopted today, the program would become effective and available for use 31 days after today's date. So with that, we stand ready to answer any questions the board may have and receive direction.
Any questions from the board on this? I'll go out. Is there anybody from the public? See nobody in chambers, nobody online. Approval. Supervisor Askew is second from
on the second.
Second from Supervisor Leo. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes. We'll then go to item 21. Thank you. One absent, yes. Go to item 21, which is accept public comments and close the public comment period for the fifth substantial amendment to the Monterey Urban County 2019-2020 Community Development Block Grant.
Good morning. Chair Church, Supervisors and Public. My name is Dawn Yanamitsu with the Housing and Community Development. I'm before you today with two substantial amendments to action plans to the Community Development Block Grant. The actions today are to conduct the public hearing, authorize the director or their assignee to submit the fifth substantial amendment to the 2019-20 annual action plan and the first substantial amendment to the 2023-24 annual action plan to HUD, and authorize ACD to amend the subrecipient agreement to increase entitlement funding for Meals on Wheels of the Salinas Valley by $53,351.47, and authorize HCD to amend the subrecipient agreement to increase project funding for the city of Gonzales by $122,911.78. So the first one, the CARES Act funding. County of Monterey was awarded a little over $1.8 million in CARES Act funding. There are unused funds from the agencies that were assigned money in the amount of $53,351.47. Meals on Wheels is still providing COVID-related recovery services, providing meals and in a social aspect for seniors and can utilize the money. So the first one is to assign additional funding to them. And then the first substantial amendment, so the city of Gonzales, during our HUD monitoring, it was determined that a re-roofing project was found to be an ineligible project in the amount of $122,911.78, and it was paid from CDBG funds. Therefore, the city reimbursed and returned the money to CDBG. We are wanting to give it back to Gonzales, to the Gonzales Community Center, which is an eligible project, to give the money back to the city. And that is it.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, comments from the board?
I do have a couple quick
Yes,
questions.
Supervisor Adams.
So is this the kind of switching the money around? Is that something that's common to be done? Is that a normal thing to do?
So with the CARES Act funding, it was the first time that we had been given it, and amounts were assigned to different agencies. For example, one of the agencies was Rancho Cielo. They were assigned $30,000. Well, the project that they were doing ended, and they were not able to utilize the funds. So the only way that we can utilize the funds is to reassign the money. So from different agencies that were awarded money, that's how much has been unused.
And then what about the roof situation?
The re-roofing, my understanding is it's the first time that we've paid for something that was an ineligible project. So it's not something that happens commonly.
But we've already gotten permission to make this switch. They're not going to come back and say, oops, again.
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And then again, just kind of curious about the process regarding Meals on Wheels of the Salinas Valley. Were there other agencies, other nonprofit organizations that could have qualified for this? And if that in fact is so, what was the process used to choose that particular agency?
So we utilized the agencies that were awarded the COVID money, the CARES Act money. Out of all of them, there were only 2 that were still utilizing it. And the 2 were Interim and Meals on Wheels. We asked Interim if they would be interested in having their amount increased, and they said they wouldn't be able to utilize it.
Good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any comments?
I just want to express my support for both. Thank you to staff for kind of making sure that funding is getting put to good use for our seniors, that disabled residents that depend on those meals, and then making sure that that money that was intended for Gonzales is be able to stay in that community for a different purpose, but nonetheless a very important one and priority for that city. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Yes, Supervisor Lopez.
Just stating general support, I know that we have a very unique relationship with the cities in South County as they agree to allow us to be that entity that operates these. So I appreciate the continued collaboration, and I know often it's communication of potential risk, but when we're able to quickly pivot and address these issues like this, it matters, because then we can continue this program in a way that really allows us all to leverage dollars, which is what we do in the partnership through this committee. So thank you for the work and expressing support. Thank you.
I'd like to take this out to the public. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to comment on this item? Anybody online? Nope. Bring it back here. Any other comments or?
I'll move this item. Staff's recommendation.
Motion to approve by Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Askew seconded. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. And with that, we will recess for lunch and re-adjourn at 1:30.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. 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 Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3.
To order here at 1:30. Will you do the roll call, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And the Diego Salas and the interpretation or announcement for the interpretation.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche, favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. We'll move to item number 22, which is consider amending the requirements for the outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation pilot program related to proof of prior cultivation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Church and members of the board. Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. With me today is Craig Spencer, Housing and Community Development. We are here to present your consideration for amendments to Monterey County Code Titles 20 and 21.69 that relate to the Cannabis Outdoor Grow Pilot Program. The Cannabis Committee received a similar report on November 2nd, 2023, and although there was not a consensus on a recommendation, the program was directed to present this item to the full board for consideration. We are here to discuss two proposed amendments. The first is removing the requirement to show proof of prior cannabis outdoor cultivation. And the second is to place a limit of the aggregate outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation canopy. Historically, the outdoor grow ordinance was adopted in June of 2019, and it was amended in 2021, as you can see on your screen. Even with the amendments, this particular pilot program has had many challenges. Next slide, please. The first proposed amendment is to remove the requirement to demonstrate the cannabis was cultivated on site. The factors to consider are below, and I'll review each one. So since the pilot program began, there have been no operations that have been able to successfully complete their land use permit and cannabis business permit. The board adopted the Growing Equity Together, or what we know as GET, a program in December of 2021. Included in that component would have been the retirement, remediation, and relocation concept, but however, that was not approved. Just as a reminder, the triple R concept would allow an applicant to identify a similar property and to be able to transfer that to that property. Many of the interested applicants, which is our heritage outdoor growers, unfortunately no longer own or lease the property that they used to cultivate on, which has made them ineligible for the pilot unless they could find another property that met the criteria of the proof. Housing and Community Development has received 4 land use permit applications. Those 4 are currently in an incomplete status. There was one other that they were ineligible due to the zoning area. Next slide, please. The ordinance was drafted to limit outdoor cultivators so that we could preserve those that what we refer to as our historical growers, that they could have a place in the program. However, with all that has taken place, and because the majority of them were not able to either retain that property and to limit the number of either operators or the total canopy involved, the program has put forth a consideration for you to consider to have an aggregate of 300,000 square feet, or roughly 20,000 square feet per application. Now, again, this is just a consideration. That number could be adjusted based on your decision if you wanted to move forward with the amendments. And lastly, if the board decides to direct the program to amend the ordinance, HCD would certainly need your direction on how to prioritize the work that would be required to amend the ordinance. And here's a list of items that HCD is currently working on, but I would like to defer to Craig if you'd like to provide further comments on the prioritization of work. And I believe Craig Spencer is in the chambers.
Yes, thank you, Joanne. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. Just to add to what Joanne said, I think we could do this ordinance if that is the direction of the board to remove the proof of prior cultivation. We would need to squeeze it in. I do like to remind the board of the priorities we have on our long-range work program, which are lengthy and complicated. As with any ordinance, we would need to prepare the ordinance, work with county council, bring it to the board, and make a CEQA determination. So there would be some work involved, although it's relatively simple. So that was the purpose of just listing these slides here, and we'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions from the
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Joanne?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Craig. And I just wanted to say this concludes our presentation, and Craig and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, have any questions? I know there was a split on the Cannabis Committee and two different opinions, which I think would be helpful to understand those perspective from each supervisor. So I'd like to invite Supervisor Lopez or Adams to, or both of you to respond, but one of you to jump in first.
I guess I sort of have a question about that. I'm happy to do that, and I'm prepared with notes. Just want to know if maybe we should hear from the public before we go into this, or would you really prefer to hear us first and then hear the public?
I think probably I'd like to hear what you two are discussing first, and then it'd be good for the public too before they comment.
Okay. It's not that Chris and I can't agree on anything. We agree on many things, but we do have a disagreement here. And I am agreeing with the staff that we should be able to lift this ban on, or this insistence, I guess I should say, on insisting that you cannot cultivate outdoors unless it is on the specific site that it was cultivated on before. I don't believe that we should change the footprint, the zoning of the areas of Carmel Valley and Big Sur. I think we should keep all of that. But I think that there are a lot of things that we not just could, but that we absolutely must change if we want to see this program go. And Chris, maybe I'll go ahead and just blab everything out that I feel, and then we can go on from there. Our outdoor program really remains so challenging because of the limitation and the red tape that we put people through in order to become permitted in the county. As an example, one of the reasons we discussed in our Cannabis Committee meeting is that our county had to return $369,688.43 in grant funding from the Growing Equity Together because the county has not made sufficient progress toward expending the funds within the grant period to warrant an extension. And so one would say, well, why is that? Why haven't we made progress toward expending these funds? And I think it has to do because we did not have enough applicants applying. Applicants who qualified. And why is that? Because we have too many hurdles that people must go through in order to be eligible. So the reason that we're looking at this item on the agenda today is to potentially amend the outdoor cannabis cultivation requirements, acknowledging the narrow focus of removing the requirement that an applicant had to own or lease the property and cultivate under the Compassionate Care Act or medicinal use of cannabis. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm not saying that we should expand the designated growing area of Carmel Valley and Big Sur into, every place in the county, But I really feel that we should let these historic growers of Carmel Valley and Big Sur, these legacy growers, be eligible to cultivate outdoor cannabis without the requirement to provide proof that cannabis had been cultivated on the specific outdoor site under the medicinal cannabis rules that preceded the commercial cannabis regulations. So even if there are 0 applicants for this outdoor cannabis program now, because we have been discussing this for so long, 8 years, I might add, many people have left the business. But we can make a policy change now that will reduce hurdles and encourage future applications. This action will absolutely be beneficial to everyone. In my opinion, we need to reduce the hurdles that the operators experience and encourage economic development. We have the cannabis program infrastructure allowing us to permit, allowing us to enforce. We should allow outdoor cannabis cultivation. I totally support the staff's recommendation to remove the requirement of proof of cultivation prior to 2016 and to increase the aggregate cultivation canopy to the 300,000 I guess it's square feet. 300,000 acres would be a pretty big parcel of land. Yeah, really, no, 300,000 square feet. And I really hope that you will support the staff and me in determining this as a priority for HCD, because it truly relates to economic development for all of us in the county. And that's what I would like to see us move forward with. We discussed it in the last 2 cannabis committee meetings. This board has voted on elements of it, the RRR, the remove, replace, rejuvenate, or whatever the heck it was. You know, this board, the composition of the board at the time did not go along with that. But honestly, it just makes sense in our county for us to be able to do this. It's not going to do anything but positive. And to see the staff who has been working on this, Joanne has been working on this whole cannabis program since the beginning. And I remember when we approached her to see if she would take on the position, it was just like, me? And she's just done such a great job. It's just heartbreaking that there have been so many reasons why things have not gone well for this aspect of it. And with what we're seeing in the cannabis industry today, all of the problems that exist, it's really time for us to move forward in a direction that will allow us to really get back into this business in a way that I believe will be successful and that will be helpful to, to all of us.
Supervisor Lopez, you have...
Yeah, so happy to give a little bit of a counterweight and want to first say I completely agree with Mary. There's a lot that we agree on, especially within the cannabis space. This has just been traditionally a little bit of a sticking point, and I'll just reiterate some of the points I made at Cannabis Committee, but more importantly, speak about the history and experience that I have with outdoor cannabis in the 3rd District, which is what informs my vote. And that on this issue, my experience really came from the Lockwood community and a lot of frustration in that community around the impacts. And I think as we talk about the potential of having sites relocated, to me, it's going to reopen that can of worms. And even though we're only talking about the 5th District and those specific planning areas within the 5th District, I'm concerned that we would be put in a very difficult position to answer for those questions that I have the experience of having to deal through, in which there are not a lot of answers. Right, and those are the impacts, because there is impact to growing this product, and if it's moving closer to new folks who've never been near it, then I do believe there'll be a new impact, and we will be put then in a different set of crosshairs, because as much as we might try to write an ordinance that says inform your neighbors, the impact of this industry is different. It just is. So having dealt with that for almost a decade as an aide, when the rules were the compassionate care rules that were fast and loose throughout the state, but really dealing with the size of grows that we might be considering here, up to 20,000 square feet in some of these neighborhoods, near neighborhoods or near new residents who've never had that impact. I don't know that at this point I'm comfortable saying let's go for that. The historical use on a property, to me, the reason I was able to vote for that element in the past said neighbors are aware of what this looks like. It might be slightly larger, but they've dealt with the impacts at harvest when the cars have to show up, when you've got that commercial traffic showing up in largely residential neighborhoods, the smell impact that comes in the 3 to 4 weeks before harvesting and perhaps a week after. But those are pieces that I would find hard to justify a yes vote for myself to community when somebody decides to move closer to a neighbor's house, even with the setbacks, when it's a new location. I'm afraid of that impact and having to have to try to justify my vote for that, knowing that I've been through that so many times with residential, what is largely compatible in large parcels, 10, 15, 20, 40 acres, with neighbors moving on, a couple hundred, if not thousands of yards away, with wind patterns bringing that smell in for multiple weeks. And so that's why it's hard for me to justify removing this requirement. The other sort of big picture is cost. We've reduced taxes and tried to make it easier for somebody to step into this program. But if we think about where current need for our cost at the $3.5 roughly million of the cost of program is now, it's largely centralized in a couple areas. But even at full size, so say we were at $1 a square foot, this is just rough numbers, at 300,000 square feet, having to travel all the way down to Big Sur, all the way out to Cashout, there's going to be an additional cost impact. And is it going to be offset by this? I don't know that it is, especially as it ramps up. One 20,000 square foot grow in Big Sur is going to have a larger budget impact than that, in my opinion, to get somebody all the way down there, how many times and back, with the amount of inspections and visits. And I'm willing to deal with that in the existing picture, given the commitment to legacy growers and the heritage growers, and I understand that. But some of those other pieces are what have not allowed me to say I'm comfortable saying let's allow for relocation, just knowing what's going to happen in that picture.
Thank you. I'd like to take, I think, unless, go ahead.
Yeah, I got some questions and comments on this item too, as I was the person who made the original referral that created the outdoor cannabis pilot program in our county. And from the beginning, it was always intended to help these so-called heritage farmers, right? And we limited, there was a question early on whether it was going to be in District 3 and District 5. Simon Salinas at the time said it wasn't the best program to have in District 3, so it was only implemented for District 5. And then our staff did a lot of work looking at how other counties have crafted their ordinance around outdoor grows. And so a lot of our language is based on the requirements that were implemented for other counties that were trying to address the needs of their heritage farmers. At the same time, we were looking at the hard lessons learned from counties like Santa Barbara that did a free-for-all basically on outdoor grows. And until this day, it continues to create a lot of headaches for the supervisors, for the communities like Carpinteria, odors, a lot of plastics covering hillsides, a lot of angry residents, great farmers having lawsuits with cannabis farms that were put next door, and we're having issues of drift going on to the cannabis and causing a lot of legal issues as well. But nonetheless, this board has since then tried to make some amendments to try to make it work better. So it's not that we've said no and haven't made this effort. Our history, our institutional memory since the beginning has trying to be, how do we balance the nuisance issues, community concerns, and then trying to make some adjustments. So as the first slide rightly point out, just May 20, not even 3 years ago, we extended the pilot program. We allowed permanent grazing lands to be able to be used for cannabis. We increased doubled the canopy limit from 10,000 to 20,000 square feet, and we even reduced the setbacks by half. And I know they even wanted more back then, but that's what the balance, the compromise that we reached at that time. But when we did the original referral, it was a very promising time in cannabis in California. It's not a promising time for cannabis in California today. In fact, we struggled just to recoup our costs, and it was a challenge wanting just to keep the tax limits that would allow us to recoup our basic administration costs. All those, just to cover the cost, we dropped all the taxes down. We only asked to keep, raise the amount that would cover cost for our staff to be able to administer the industry in our county. Now, with the really significant downturn in the cannabis industry in California and in Monterey County, I'm also very concerned whether our staff could recoup the cost. Otherwise, we'd be subsidizing this without getting the revenues to pay what it costs to administer a outdoor cannabis program in District 5. So the question I have for staff, I don't know if our DA or our sheriffs, but were they, or Chris and for Mary, they get their opinion about, they're limited on resources too, right? And if you do actually, there is this distance issue, right? So to deploy resources, whether it's from the DA's office, the sheriff's office, environmental health, it is many more hours just because of travel time and the ability to be able to deploy resources there. Are any of our law enforcement entities online to be able to comment? Yes. I'd love to hear from them what they think about these additional changes to a cannabis outdoor program at this time when we have even more or less resources and when the cannabis industry is not even struggling just to generate the taxes to meet our minimal requirements to offset costs.
Is there anybody online? Sheriff Nieto? Would you like? Oh, does either have their hand raised? Okay, sorry. If anybody's online, feel free to answer it. Otherwise, I'll.
Hi, it's Janine Paccioni at the DA's office. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, I do think Supervisor Lopez and Alejo have it right in terms of the amount of resources. It seems, given last year, we're struggling to get enough revenue to pay for basic costs for the enforcement team, not only the Sheriff's Department, the DA's office, but also the administrative part of the program. And going down to Big Sur and Kashawa, those are taking law enforcement hours out of the day to get down there to do these things. I'm not going to speak on behalf of the permitting people that are going to have to do a lot of this work too, but it is a huge burden and it'll definitely take away from the other work that we're doing up, which is more concentrated here in the Salinas area. So if I had a say in this, I would definitely oppose taking off that restriction entirely.
Thank you. And since the sheriff's not on, I wish I would get her perspective as well, and maybe even from environmental health, if they're on, because I know as these next few years, we're going to have our fiscal update in March and then our budget town hall in April. These next few years in the county budget office, we're seeing some very challenging times. And the other thing I would say just about the equity program, it's not just for heritage farmers, like flatly, we didn't return money because we weren't able to help heritage farmers. Equity programs are designed to help those who have historically been harmed by the criminalization of cannabis. And it might be a business owner, it might be a heritage farmer, if they can meet those requirements that they've been criminalized, harmed by the criminalization of cannabis in the past. But it's just not a program that was designed to help heritage farmers. These programs will help those harmed in the past, but the data shows that many of those harmed by criminalization have been people of color in the state of California, African American, Latino, other minority groups that have been more disproportionately impacted by laws that targeted the criminalization of cannabis. I just want to be clear on what those programs were intended, its mission. I know that even when I was on the Cannabis Committee and we pursued funding, it was always a challenge of staffing and what could we realistically do to help those small businesses and those harmed by the criminalization of cannabis, what were the ways that we could help them? There's a lot of different ideas, but the challenge was what was realistic in this downturn of cannabis industry and county resources becoming more scarce as budgetary times becoming more difficult in the years ahead. So those are my concerns on this. The only last thing I would say, I don't know, I know Supervisor Lopez had previously bought the RR&R program for us to consider. It was turned down at the time. I don't know what this would get us versus, that would get us versus the, what we're trying to do here now is just removing the requirements to that the main way to prove that you were a heritage farmer. We're just kind of throwing that out the window and now saying, oh, you could just bring some photos that you grew sometime in the past. It doesn't seem like a high bar to prove that you were a heritage farmer under the criteria that was laid out in the staff report. Thank you.
Is there anybody from the health department or sheriff's department that might be? If not, that's okay. We'll just. Okay, thank you. Mr. Supervisor, ask you, did you have anything you want to add before this goes out to the public? Okay. Is there, Craig, you have?
Yeah, just briefly, I think the health department actually has stopped their cannabis enforcement program for budgetary reasons. So mostly HCD working with the cannabis program does the enforcement. And this would divert resources that are typically going to Salinas Valley and the greenhouse operations. Now, they would have to take some time away from that operation and go down there. It would be the same staff most likely. So there would be reduced capacity for overall enforcement programs, but it would be the same staff doing fewer inspections of more operations.
But what would be new, and I wish the sheriff was here, is that she could say, you know, if they're having to have an increase in calls, once if there were to be issues, nuisance issues related to cannabis in Kashawa, when they only have a few folks on patrol in the entire county, for me, those are the issues that are real, and that would be very concerning for me when we already have very limited staff, for example, on patrol.
All right, I would like to take this out to the public. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to address this? Okay. You have 2 minutes, and when you hear the timer, please try to wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. And thank you, Mary, for courageously spearheading this item. A shame not to see Joanne here. We only have her so much longer, and we're just so sad to see her go. Just wanted to first state that I've contacted in the last 2 days, including myself, there's 7 of us that would benefit from the ability to move to a more conducive property and or find a new property over the last 6 years. As you've heard, and I think as well put, it's been a tumultuous, long ride. It was hard for many of us to maintain those properties that had their historical significance. And I did want to just briefly state that when the cannabis was first voted in and then first voted into this board here, we were outright banned. And we actually went to the Coastal Commission, who in turn asked Monterey County to work with us. And this was on a preservation of historic and cultural basis. And the pilot program itself, the name of the pilot program was created by the group that was here before y'all as a study to work with us and work with your legacy and heritage farmers on how to create sensible legislation, ordinances, any number of things that we've been stumbling all over. But the fact remains that, you know, we came with our set of issues, you came with your set of issues. We have still, our people are here. They still want their opportunity, and I'd like to just finish by saying that we're not going anywhere. It's a very important part of our culture. We're here to work with you, and we would like to reinvigorate that sense of a study of working together. And thank you for your time.
So, good afternoon. The comment that I'd like to make about it is it does seem that if you're going to lift the limit, that there'll be more of an expansion of cannabis in Monterey County. And I really don't think that that's a good thing, because we've heard a lot of, through law enforcement, a lot of illegal cannabis and a lot of horrible things happening with the illegal cannabis. And like the district attorney said, you know, there really isn't people to oversee it. They don't have enough people to oversee it. There's other things to use the funds for. So I'm not in favor of expanding it, which in essence, by limiting this amendment, it would expand the cannabis industry.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers? Do we have anybody online?
Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Mr. Diaz, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ricardo Diaz. I'm from North County. I totally agree with what Supervisor Lopez and Eloise said in their comments. They make total sense. Not only has the illegal market been a problem for these growers to be able to sell their products, but import from other states, countries of legal cannabis are making it impossible to be sustainable business here. The cultivation program is a failure and using constituents' tax dollars. The county is successful in dispensaries, it seems like. You know, of the many things you hear on the news, Forbes, you know, those magazine sites, Harris Supply Company produces some 100 million pre-rolled cones a month, or more than 1.2 billion a year across 14 factories in Delhi, India. The cones are then sent to the United States and Europe and sold at thousands of smoke shops, convenience stores, dispensaries, and cannabis brands. Yeah, just like, you know, Eloise said, you know, it's like kind of an expansion of an already failing program. I mean, if you're going to have a business here, you have to be able to sustain it yourself, just like any other business. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online? No. Okay. We will close public comment on this then. Supervisor, ask you, did you have any comment on this? You haven't commented yet?
Yeah, thank you. I just have a couple questions. So I hear Supervisor Adams saying that we want to make sure that we have options for our heritage growers. What if we remove the requirement to provide proof of cannabis cultivation on land previous cannabis cultivation on the property? What would prevent someone from out of the area, someone who hasn't been active in the industry, from coming into Big Sur, for instance, purchasing land and starting to farm? What remains in the policy that prevents that from happening?
So I'm just wondering if Joanne is on the line and she might be able to respond, unless Craig is able to respond to that.
But I am still here. I don't believe there would be anything that would prevent that, but that was the reasoning why the limitation on the aggregate total.
Okay. And was there a discussion about, I mean, so I hear that we have folks that have, you know, attempted to work their way through the program, but have been stuck because of this particular item. Was there any other discussion about how do you, like the intent of the pilot program is for the small heritage sort of boutique farms, boutique gardens that are producing something that is maybe different than or special in some way from the product that's out there elsewhere. Was there discussion about how to protect that as the goal?
I'll go back to Joanne.
I don't, maybe Craig, did you want to, since RMA drafted the ordinance, did you want to take that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I just have to draw on some history where I believe we've had this kind of discussion swirling at the board in the past. And one of the thoughts or comments to that end was either you need to show that you previously cultivated on a site, and those are our local heritage growers, which it turns out many of them are not on the same sites they were before, which is why we're having the discussion again. The thing that we didn't do that some other jurisdictions did do was more of a registration process. They qualified people as having been part of the traditional cannabis cultivation and then developed a program for those people. We have not done that in the county. That would be a whole different policy structure than just removing the proof of prior cultivation from the existing ordinance.
Okay, and thank you. And then my other question was, Supervisor Adams, you had mentioned funds that had been available that were returned. Those are no longer available to us. Is that correct?
That is correct. And thank you for bringing that up again, because I did not mean to imply, if perhaps Supervisor Alejo misunderstood me, what I was indicating is that we had to return $369,688.43 back from the Growing Equity Together program. I did not mean that was limited to heritage growers by any stretch of the imagination. It was referencing the hurdles that we put in place for people to participate in the cannabis industry in our county. The amount of money that it takes to do this is just exceptionally difficult, to get the permits, to get the land use organized. And this is just what we're discussing today, is just one additional hurdle that people have to go through. This is not changing the other elements of the ordinance. I mean, this is not saying, okay, well, then I think I'll just get my acreage and it'll be right next to the school and that'll be fine, or, I'll be right next door to my neighbor. Those things don't go away. All of those restrictions remain in place. It simply allows outdoor growing within all of the specifics of the existing ordinance now to continue, but it allows them to do it on property that is not previously farmed. That's the main thing that we're doing. And then having the canopy be 20,000 square feet, and then the 300,000 maximum. So it doesn't change the ordinance other than just in this way. One of the comments that was made as well was that, the drift and the smell and everything, that has not been, never was a problem that we've heard about when people were growing in Cachao and Big Sur when it was medicinal. That's not been anything that we've heard about. This is we have just over-regulated this industry in so many ways. It's a product. It's in the Ag Commissioner's report now, that's something that we should be proud of, that we're doing. It's a small thing that will allow additional people who have experience growing cannabis to enter into the market in a way that we hope they will be able to continue. Because as it stands now, once again, we received the cannabis report in the cannabis committee meeting. More and more and more of the cannabis companies are closing because they're just not making it. So think of the risk that these people are willing to take on anyway to do an outdoor grow project, that they're willing to try as long as we work with them. And that's what I'm asking for today.
Okay, thank you, Mike. It's kind of from my perspective, a tough one here too, because I understand the problems that we're really, and the risks we're really facing on here. Yet at the same time, I agree with Supervisor Adams. I think there's overregulation. I'd like to really find a way, in the long run, and I say the long run, that we can encourage small growers or small operations better onto this. For me, what sticks out in this ordinance as a problem is actually some of the regulations on the setback on here, because I think this is part of the problem as well. I mean, right now it reads 1,000 feet from a school or a playground, and honestly, I think that's too close. I mean, if you're going to grow something outdoor and you're just, that's less than a quarter mile away. I think these distances is something we need to look at in terms of not just schools and child care centers or drug recovery facility. I mean, having a cannabis operation 1,000 feet away from a drug recovery facility doesn't sound like a real smart idea, in my opinion. So I think I'd like to see if we're going to look into this, that we go back further, more half a mile or something from some facility like this, as well as having some distance from neighboring properties, which I don't think this really addressed, which if we do expand on this, I think Supervisor Lopez brought up, could cause some problems with neighbors. So that's kind of where my concerns really are at this point on there. And at this point, I see any other comments here from the board or ideas on a motion or whatever you would like to go with.
Yes. Before you take on a motion, I just wanted just my last comments here, because I think this board has done a lot from the beginning. And I look back, it was back in I think we had meetings in April and July of 2018. So it's been, 5 years, almost 5 years, going on 6 years of having this policy in place. And we did do some significant changes, as I mentioned earlier. But I was looking at what the limits are on square footage back in 2018. We started out with 2,500 square feet was the limit. That was like 50 plants, I think. Then now we went from 10 to 20,000. That's a big change this board did. So to say that we haven't worked and tried to make this program work, we've done a lot. And like as Supervisor Church was pointing out, the original setback was 1,000 feet. Then it went from 500 to 250 feet. We made a major change there. But nonetheless, at the core of the ordinance was to preserve heritage farmers on these lands historically cultivated for cannabis. This is a free-for-all now. This, without having that proof, any person, and I'll say any person, I'll explain why, can go to any area in Big Sur or Carmel Valley or Kashawa, and now apply to set up a cannabis farms under these much broader allowances under the ordinance. And the reason I say anybody, because all a outside investor has to do is to get one local person who was a local heritage farmer. They're the front person on paper, but this happened all over the cannabis industry. They get outside investors and they put one person on paper to be the face of the business, but all the money is coming from, and the majority ownership is coming from outside investments groups. I worry about that. But the main worry I still have is that we're struggling to collect taxes from our current cultivators in Monterey County. And I think it's pretty clear that we're not going to recoup costs under this program to pay for administrative costs from our staffing of the industry. So otherwise, we're going to be subsidizing. We're going to have to pay more, collect less, perhaps not even half the cost that it costs to administer the program at a time when we know the industry is at an all-time low since recreational cannabis was permitted under the ballot initiative in California. So those are my worries. I think they're self-evident. We're not going to recoup the cost. The industry is in a spiral right now. Perhaps this would be better at a time when the industry has regained some strength in California, but right now it's still a major struggle, as we know, with the rest of our cannabis program in our county. And so that's where I think I'm reluctant at this point in time, especially hearing our costs from our other departments that are limited in resources, and how this is going to take away from the resources we have to staff the rest of the industry, now we're going to have to deploy these limited resources to another area that will have significant needs as well in these isolated areas. So with that, I don't think I could support this today. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I think the comment about outside investors is true with any kind of an industry, whether it's growing lettuce or cannabis or indoor, outdoor. That isn't what we're talking about here. I think as well as far as it costing more, I question the numbers of times that the DA and the folks who do enforcement have had to go way down to Lockwood and to southern parts of the county. That's not going to take as long as it is to drive out to, James Bird or Kashawa or down the coast to Big Sur. I think the fact that we're saying that it's going to cost so much more, I think that's specious. We don't have any facts to shore that up. At this point, we're talking about two things. All we're talking about, we're not talking about going into the ordinance, Glenn, at this point to change what's already in there. We're just talking about allowing people to grow based on the current standards in spots where they cannot. And we still have control over saying yes or no once they come forward. As far as, the industry is in upheaval. It's in upheaval not just in our county, but everywhere. Yet we have yet to really try the thing that we've been known for decades and decades and decades, and that is the cannabis that comes, purportedly from Big Sur back in the day. And, it has certain, there are people who have been doing this for a long time who have not had the opportunity to even try. And I think that we are once again shooting ourselves in the foot as far as not taking a look at this seriously, giving it a shot, trying it. If you want to go back in and adjust the ordinance in other ways, that's fine. But we wouldn't even be able to do that today if I'm not mistaken. We would just only be able to address the two things that we have. But if we say no today, that's going to push this whole thing back again. So these farmers, I think there were 7 based on what we heard, are, they want to try this. They've not given up. So many others have given up. As I said at the Cannabis Committee meeting just, a couple of weeks ago, January 4th, I think it might have been, once again, we're, seeing more and more businesses go out of business, essentially. So all of the people that the enforcers have been looking at aren't going to be there anymore. So they can start taking a look at the outdoor grows out in the valley or down in Big Sur. I just feel that it really is time. And if we don't do it now, I think, we're probably not going to have an opportunity to do it again, because I don't think there will be many people left who are wed to this commodity that our county could be able to do so well. And I just really, I would like to make a motion that we support staff's recommendation to remove the requirement and then increase the aggregate cultivation canopy to 300,000.
So that would be to remove the restriction, and then again, we're increasing the canopy up here, which is, I don't know how, we're kind of, council, in terms of what can we address in terms of the ordinance on this?
You can, as it says, you can consider amending the requirements and changing the ordinance to consider setting a limit for aggregate outdoor cultivation. You could pick a different number. You could propose a different language for the ordinance that's not staff recommendation, but it has to be related to outdoor cultivation.
So the distance, for example, could be discussed into there. Is that correct? Okay.
The outdoor cultivation, yes.
Okay.
The proximity to other business, that could be addressed today.
I think you can, it's agendized enough that you can direct staff to go back and come back with an ordinance that changes the setback for outdoor cultivation. What you can't talk about are other things that unrelated to outdoor cultivation.
Supervisor Askew.
Thanks. So just another, again, a clarifying question. So I heard Supervisor Adams talk about the 7 individuals who are making their way through the process, that we would be giving them the flexibility to pursue additional locations, which I think makes sense. However, I heard HCD say that we wouldn't be limited to the 7 individuals, that anybody could then cultivate anywhere within the allowable boundaries. Which is it?
So with the change to remove the proof of prior cultivation on a site, there wouldn't be any limit from anyone coming in and proposing an outdoor cultivation site in an area in a zone that qualifies.
Okay.
However,
If there are other, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say they could not do more than 20,000 square feet. So if we had 7 people, 8 there's already one that's ready, 8 at 20 each, that's 160,000 square feet. So we would only have X amount left, 140,000 for other people.
Okay, no, I understand that. I'm just trying to think, like, if the goal that we're talking about is how do we maintain heritage growers and how do we support heritage growers, which I think is the goal that I'm hearing. I guess I'm feeling like there's a gap between what's proposed in front of us with actually achieving the goal that I hear us wanting to achieve. And I don't sit on Cannabis Committee. I wish that Cannabis Committee could have hashed this out so that we actually had something to consider that was language that it did work to achieve the goal that I hear the community and Supervisor Adams asking for. I worry a little bit that what's being proposed isn't. It's a solution that's not solving for the challenge or the problem that we have in front of us. So I'm missing that right now. However, I think the idea, like, we need to eliminate, like, it doesn't need to be as cumbersome. And so if this is a way to move towards a less cumbersome process for the future, I'm inclined to be supportive of that regardless. But I do want to make sure we're clear about what goals we're solving for. The other question, and I guess this is sort of a heavier thing that I'm sitting with, and maybe a question for District 5, when we had the list of the HCD priorities that were up, I mean, there are things on that list that I hear regularly from residents that, are not necessarily District 4 issues. There's a lot of District 5 issues on that list. I want to see our short-term rental ordinance get completed. Like, that needs to happen. I know we've put every effort towards getting that. Community deserves and needs a fair process that needs to be outlined. There were a couple other things on there. I'm worried about our housing element. I know we will be delinquent in submitting that. That needs to be a priority. East Garrison is one of the few District 4 priorities that we have for East Garrison. And I need to know that when we're asking HCD for time and staff resources, that issue is priority. It's the one issue I've got for District 4. So I guess just in terms of having to reopen this, you said you moved to do environmental. I'm just trying to, like, how do we weave this needle? I support the concept of making it less burdensome. I think there's probably more that needed to be hashed out there that hasn't been hashed out. But also I'm actually very concerned about the HCD staff capacity.
That may be a question for me. Thank you. That is why I listed those high priority items. Those were high priority items when they came to the board as part of our long-range work program in April, I think, of last year. They'll be coming again for the board to review HCD's priorities for long-term planning efforts again in March of this year. If the direction was to simply remove the proof of prior cultivation, it may be something fairly simple that we can squeeze in. We do try and squeeze in quite a bit, and the more we squeeze in, the more it strains us. But I think I said in the beginning, I think we can squeeze this in if it's the direction of the board, but it sounds like there may be other options to explore that would be slightly more staff intensive if the direction is to rethink the program in a way that reworks the outdoor cultivation ordinance so it's not just that one issue. That would require more work to, create the ordinance that then becomes something the board considers in the future. In that case, I'm not sure we could fit it in to the priorities we have, but we could put it on our list and we could then prioritize it appropriately when we come in March.
Having said all of that, I think what I hear, I'm not willing to deprioritize any of the things that were on the list. I think the stuff that you've got on your HCD list, for me, those are the priorities. It's getting the housing element completed. It's getting the short-term rental ordinance completed. It's making sure that the work that we're getting done in East Garrison to finish the build out, that's on the list. There were a couple other things there that I didn't jot down as quickly, but those to me are big priorities that need full attention. So I'm comfortable supporting an amendment to remove the proof of previous cultivation. If it's something that's a simple thing that can be done, I'm not sure about increasing. I haven't heard the argument. I still don't have the information in regards to increasing the aggregate canopy to 300,000 square feet. So I'd be inclined to keep that as it is, keep that currently as it was. Does that allow Supervisor Adams to move forward? And how much time are we talking about from HCD?
I liked what you said earlier. We could do it, we could squeeze it in, and it's going to be simple.
Yes.
But I want to go back to.
I mean, if
so,
it's not,
I hope
like, let us know, right? Because otherwise we are talking about pushing other things that I know.
No, tell me about it.
Priorities.
Short-term rentals?
I know,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want that to be pushed at all because we add this to the list.
No, I agree with you 100%. Yeah, we cannot ignore the housing element. No, but I'm listening to what staff has said. And if we do as the staff's recommendation is, it would be simple based on your words, not mine. So
No ordinance is really all that simple, but the ordinance itself, removing that criteria, striking that language, it's easy to write, but then the process needs to occur. So the process includes going to the Planning Commission. There's reports, there's scheduling for that. Getting a recommendation from the Planning Commission, and then before the board for adoption, and in between, or before even going to the Planning Commission, usually having a CEQA determination, which could include an initial study. So 6 months to 8 months usually for an ordinance process, even a simple one, is a typical time frame. We would not prioritize that work over the housing element or vacation rentals. That would never going to be something I would recommend, but if it came down to having to put the effort into those two items or some of the other high priority items we have, we may have to delay that ordinance work a little more.
And so if I could, I mean, I've been waiting for the Chula Community Plan for 14 years. Since the day that the Castroville Plan was completed, the agreement was Chular goes next, and we're sitting here 14 years later. I'm not comfortable doing that. And I know I opened with my position. I just want to share that my position hasn't moved, and it is largely because we've been here multiple times and we've iterated and changed, and every time we've been told, if you do this, this will fix it. Then we'll come in. We'll come into the white market. We'll do it the right way if you do this. We've been here 3 times, and we're here again. And I don't know that even if we did all this, that would move that. And I think we would open a whole new can of worms with neighbors. And so, which would create more work for planning staff and everyone else on that back end. And so at this point, I can't support that.
This is the problem we have when the committee can't come to to an agreement. Then we're the board trying to hash it out, and we're not really the right body to be doing this. I'm really kind of on the fence on this one. The part that kind of worries me is a little bit about whether we're talking about 7 people or we're talking about 700, you know? I mean, it's, that to me is a big question mark up into here.
I think it's naturally going to limit itself based on the amount that we're talking about, allowing people to grow. So, you know, it's not like it is in the grow houses down in the valley. This is limited by the language that already, you know, exists, or the language that we're attempting to put in here to make it worthwhile for people to try. So, I mean, I can appreciate what you're saying, Glenn, and if 300 is too big, perhaps we can go to 200,000 square feet. And that would allow, you know, 10 people to do 20,000.
True. That would, or if we have 7, well, okay, yeah, that would allow 10 people.
Yeah. Sure. When you're done.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I was just going to focus on this comment on what the existing ordinance said, because I think you're right that the reason we have a limited number is because it was crafted that way in the ordinance to try to address those heritage farmers. And the language was actually, when you look at the memo, the language is in there about what are the qualified properties. They were not that difficult to prove. It said all you needed was 2 of the 3 requirements for that property to be eligible. Photographs of cultivation that existed on that property prior to January 1st, 2016. And that could include aerial views from Google Earth, big maps, Terra server, or comparable service showing the lot. So some past pictures, aerial views. Or documentary evidence, which could be many things, that medical cannabis was cultivated on that lot on behalf of a collective or cooperative prior to January 1st, 2016. And the third was any other form of evidence acceptable to the appropriate authority that cultivation occurred on the lot prior to January 1st, 2016. So it wasn't just proving, if you had the access to that property today, it wasn't a very high bar to achieve that. But the reason you only have 7 is because it was trying to limit these types of grows to those historic areas that had the grows. Now this opens up all of those many other acreages in Kashawa, Carmel Valley, and Big Sur for any of this to move to those areas. So that's what we're opening up. If this gets approved today, there will be neighbors coming to speak out, I think, against when these proposals actually come before us. But that's what we're doing. We're opening up Pandora's box here. Right now, it had been crafted in a way where it limited to those areas that historically had been grown in those 3 areas. That's all.
It says I'm not hearing from my residents.
Is there any way to limit it to the growers that have been identified as far as heritage growers?
You know, we would have to ask one of the growers, but I don't think that would be an easy thing to do, because, you know, we could have 7 right now and one's funding falls out, and then a new person comes in, and, you know, I think that would be tough to try to do.
But if it's a new person coming in, that they're not one of the heritage growers in Monterey County, I mean, potentially.
What if it's his son or his grandson?
Well, that's
but
not the grower.
We could play with them.
Anyway, you made a motion. I don't know if anybody has a second onto it. Or if there's a slightly different motion somebody wants to make.
Well, I will amend my own motion and say that I support staff's recommendation to remove the requirement and increase the aggregate cultivation canopy to 200,000 square feet.
I'll, you know, the reason, I mean, let me get some more clarification here on the reason we're increasing it from 10,000 to 20,000 for a grower was it economic reasons that was identified that 10,000 was not workable?
Not going to be profitable, yeah.
And just, I think the original was 2,500, then we went to 10, now we're going to 20. Yes. So
that's a pilot.
Just
no, I'm saying in terms of starting off, it was 2,500 in square footage per grower. Then we went to 10. Now we're at 20 based on market prices. So in a year, we could be asked to go to 40 to help.
Don't you think that's the point of a pilot? To, you know, how many people did we get at 2,500? 0. How many people did we get at 5,000? 0. So to me, that's what a pilot is all about. We have to keep trying until we get it until we get it right. And so now we were going to try 300,000 for X number of people, and now we're looking at, 20 max.
We're looking, at 10,000 from just doing some numbers in my head, probably a couple hundred plants as opposed to 400 plants at 20,000. And I'm not quite clear exactly why 200 plants can't be profitable, and why 400 might be. So, yes.
No, if there's anybody.
Quick point of clarification. The existing ordinance limits a permitted outdoor grow to 20,000 square feet per grow.
The current does.
It does not have an aggregate number in it right now. So that would be the introduction of a total aggregate number.
This would be putting a limit.
A limit on the total
Than what
number,
it is now.
which would limit the number of individual 20,000 square foot grows.
But it was self-limiting based on existing properties, and that was where that comfort came from in the original discussion.
I'll second your motion and again, looking at a pilot, and I'm trying to understand the potential costs involved into all this is, and I know we've already gone from 3 to 200 as aggregate, but if we could go to maybe 100 and just see how it goes at that point, I think it's just a few growers out there, we see where the problem is. That's only 5. And I understand there might be 7, maybe they're all going to be involved, maybe they're not all going to be involved anyway. But I could support it if we're looking at a limited amount of maybe of 100,000. As we say, it's a pilot, it's a test.
So what number are you saying then is the aggregate?
100,000.
Anybody who knows more than I do? I'm looking at the tree guy. You ought to be the one that can answer the question better than just about anybody. 140 would be 7. Yeah.
140. Well, 140 I'll go for as well too.
Okay. Yeah, one final. Yeah, go ahead.
That,
if that'll move it forward.
I'll second that then under those conditions.
And I guess the only other assurance that I'm looking for is if it turns out that this is going to take more staff time, like adding this to the list cannot delay the priorities that we have put in place. And I feel like there's an inevitable conversation that we needed to have more of in terms of that understanding. Everything can't be a priority, and I have concerns. I want to support I want to support this. I want to support eliminating the burdensome requirements, but everything can't be a priority.
That's the direction I was looking for. So we will not make it a priority, but we will add it to our list and we will squeeze it in where we can.
That would be if I could add that on as direction.
And my big concern still remains the closeness of these possible groves to not just schools, but actually to homes. If we were to add into whatever it was, section 20.69.060 in the regulations on C1, where it says wouldn't be any closer than 1,000 to any of these facilities. If we just said 1,000 feet from a residence, would that create a whole range of extra burden for you?
It would not from the ordinance standpoint, but this was a topic of discussion where we reduced the setbacks, mostly because of the conditions in Big Sur with roads along ridge tops and proximity of residences to one another, disqualifying.
This is less than a quarter mile, and again, that's really where my concern comes is as Supervisor Lopez brought up, is if you're going to start one of these and it's going to be near somebody's place that isn't growing it, there's an odor problem, there's potential problems, there's no limitation at this point. I don't know if, Supervisor, if that's a favorable amendment or not.
I am not as clear on that, but I see Joanne has her hand raised, and perhaps she can weigh in on something.
Joanne, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that the amendments that the program brought forward in 2021 were based on focus groups that we had conducted with the outdoor grow industry. And so it would seem that if you are going to make an amendment to setbacks or to distances, that we would need to gain some input from the industry again, because we did it before. And typically we have done that in the past when we are proposing or recommending amendments to the commercial cannabis ordinances.
Thank you on that. My concern with that is we're going to an industry on how much regulation they want, and most industry doesn't want regulation. So my real concern here is the neighbors, which nobody knows they're going to be close to this until one starts up. So that's really.
If I could also add, Craig led the focus groups that we had with the communities of Kashawa, Big Sur, and Carmel Valley, where the actual residents were able to weigh in. And Craig, I can't remember what year that was, but we had traveled out to Kashawa in the evening to conduct those. So wouldn't we want to, if we were to make changes again or amendments, wouldn't we want to maybe seek out their opinions on this specific matter of setbacks and distances?
Chair, if I may, I would just point out that it would have to come back for an introduction of the ordinance, and that would be a time when people could comment on it again.
So if I could, Mr. Chair, just a couple points on that. I remember the arguments last time they had to do around economics, and it was talking about the size of a parcel necessary. If you did the setbacks off the edge of each side of the parcel, then, because at one point we were just talking from a neighboring parcel. And as we did that, the minimum size of a lot was huge. And in Big Sur, it was impossible to buy unless you had $100 million. And you were not going to get a lot big enough to grow. So I just want to point that out because it was one of the only reasons I was comfortable with that at the time. But that's a nuance. And while I can't support the motion on the table today, I would ask that my colleagues in support consider, if you're going to move forward with this, expanding the notification as well based on that. Just, because I think we're always at 800 feet or 1,000 feet on typical notification for a planning project. What is the requirement?
The typical notification is 300 feet, but we have policies in place that would allow us to go further, up to 1,000.
So I would just ask that we expand that, just because again, the issue I see is the neighbors. Yeah.
To up to 1,000 feet, that sounds fine.
And Mr. Chair, just to your point on the distance to other buildings, I think it's a valid point, because it's one thing when we limited the prior ordinance to these lands that were historically farmed, but now when you open it up to many other areas, those and there's a higher probability that some of these could be sited next to neighborhoods. There's more opportunities for that. So the consideration of how the distance to other buildings is a real one. And then second, I would just, as an observation, I would point out, when we first brought up this ordinance and all the previous hearings, we used to have a room full in this chamber. Today we had one speaker, a proponent for these changes. I think it speaks to who's really, that there's a lack of support. There's not a lot of activity in here, even though this was an important item on the agenda. To only have one potential applicant come forward to speak in support of these changes. For me, it's glaring, because in all the past hearings, we had a room full of folks speaking about the changes being made to this ordinance. Thank you.
So are we ready to bring this up to a vote here at this point? Want to make sure, yes, Council?
I just want to make sure I understand the motion, which has a number of friendly amendments, which you've accepted. One was the 140 square feet. One was increasing the notice. And one was just putting it on the list for HCD.
I think there was something that went along with that they'll squeeze it in.
Yeah, I think the priority wouldn't be a high priority, but the setback question, I don't know if that was part of that amendment or not. Shall we change the setbacks in addition to removing the proof of prior cultivation in the ordinance?
So you're saying that if we put in the $1,000, no, but was it the setback? I don't think that's part of the motion.
Well, that's what I was asking, if you could accept that, because that's my concern is we're moving to new sites, and as Supervisor Alejo pointed out, it's not the old site where it apparently wasn't a problem. We're moving to new sites, and I'm concerned about the impact on some neighbors, and of course the the notification too.
The thing is, if that, in fact, if that's what's going to set it back so that it's not going to come up for 6 months, that's a whole nother growing season that these folks are going to lose an opportunity for.
Is that going to set it back that much?
No, if we're increasing the setbacks, that should be easy.
So that's
reducing them is a little more difficult from an environmental and procedural perspective.
I like it when you say some of the job that you have to do is easy.
Okay, I get it now. So it's still not going to make it impossible. Okay.
Is that acceptable? Yeah. Okay. So
I'm basing this all on Craig.
Okay, so is the motion clear to everybody? Supervisor Askew? Okay. All right, I'll bring this to a vote then. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
The vote is 3-2. It passes. Thank you. And just a reminder to all committees, try to come to an agreement before you come here.
Maybe we better go back and revisit that committee appointment roster again.
All right, we'll move on now to item 23, which is to receive a broadband status report from the Chief Information Officer.
I think I got, there we go. Wow, now I got a lot. All right, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, staff, members of the public. I'm Eric Chatham. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the County of Monterey. With me is Sarah House, who is our program manager for our broadband projects within the county. And then I also have Maria Kelly, who will be joining us after our presentation to walk through the County of Monterey strategic plan for broadband. And she is part of a consultant for Teleworks, who was contracted by RCRC, which is the Rural County Representative of California, to develop the County of Monterey strategic plan. So the items that we're going to cover today are listed above. I'm going to talk about the ARPA-funded programs that are being administered by the ITD department for the County of Monterey. We're going to talk about county broadband activities that are happening, the Golden State Connect Authority and progress there, work that the City of Salinas Broadband is doing in planning. And then the next 4 items are really additional information, which talks a lot about the funding and the timelines and the breakdowns to try to organize, because as you see and as I get notices from the supervisors and the CAOs, there's myriads of different dollars and funding and organizations, and we tried to consolidate all those in a couple of slides so you can understand where those dollars are coming from and the time frames for that. So we were granted $1.935 million of ARPA funding from the CAO's office to do broadband projects within the county. We worked and did an RFP process and solicited to many ISPs, some of the larger ones and also many smaller ones responded. We then selected projects that we could fit within the funding model and that met the ARPA requirements. And with that, we've been doing a lot of work with Charter Spectrum, which you can see the projects that are ongoing up there, at Prunedale South, Prunedale North, Strawberry Canyon, San Ardo, and San Lucas. All of those projects are due, the first 3, as you can see, are due to be completed by the end of the month. End of January, and then in March we'll have the next set. And these are bringing fiber capabilities to constituents about 664 constituents that had no capability at all. And then we also did some work with Cruise.io, who is doing a wireless internet access. And as you can see, we've got in the Hall District in North County and the Monterey County of Office Ed, and they've been able to do work that's bringing 759 constituents access and capability. And then we are currently working on spending the final amounts of our dollars on what a final project would be to consume that full $1.935 million. So these are the activities that Sarah's been leading and working through the county on, and just going to walk through these. You know, the LATA grant project with Golden State Connect Authority and RCRC. All the conceptual network design has been completed. They've completed the high-level network design and planning on that, and they're currently finishing up the low-level design and engineering work. And the goal is to get this construction-ready drawings, all the list of permits and easements and right-of-ways for contracts. This is for all of the last-mile work that's happening in South Salinas and part of the South Salinas Valley Broadband Authority. And it's all around the open access broadband network. And all of this is happening with BEAD funding. In our broadband strategic planning with the Golden State Finance Authority and RCRC, it has been completed by Teleworks. You'll hear from Maria here after we're completed, and she'll be walking through the entire plan. We've been doing a lot of work around the Affordable Connectivity Program, referred to as ACP. This is where we are educating county constituents around a lot of the services that can be brought as discounted, or they can get refunds for different capability that they may have purchased. We've held 3 events in 2023, and since October of 2022, we had a 20% enrollment. And as of November 2023, we're up to 32% enrollment, about a 12% enrollment increase. We have 3 additional events that are happening in the future at Prunedale Library, San Ardo, and San Lucas. And this is really an education process, and it's really about the constituent has to apply to get the discounted rates or to get the refunds for the services or devices that they own or purchase. We've been doing a lot of work, Sarah's been doing a lot of work around partnering with other agencies and county departments to make sure we are getting the word out in as many ways as we possibly can to our constituents. You know, working with the health department, working with VITA, working with the Monterey County Free Libraries, Department of Social Services, Loaves, Fishes, and Computers, Centro by National Para, and I won't even try to get that, CVDIO. I'll let you do that one. NMC, Hartnell, and radio. A lot of this is about getting these events promoted, helping people understand what's available, getting them to the websites, and actually sometimes it's even sitting with them and helping them log on and submit their information so they can get the refunds. A lot of flyers, websites, and radio communications. So the Golden State Connect Authority and the federal funding account applications, this is all the FFA applications. They have been submitted. This is all focused on fiber capabilities, and what has been submitted for the different cities, it's just slightly over $17 million, and to get to a total of 749 unserved locations. And that work, we're just waiting for information to keep coming back from the state as to what will be funded. With Golden State Connect Authority, the objective that was around that is the proposal to own and operate a fiber infrastructure. So that's the open access network. The fiber infrastructure is going to be provider agnostic. Basically, the fiber will be there, and then providers can jump onto that, whether they even be the large players like AT&T, Verizon, Comcast, or Spectrum, or even smaller providers that might just be providing ISP services. Their operational partner is Utopia Fiber. That will be running and operating in that. They've set up the FFA application guidelines to prioritize the fiber projects. The projects are to be construction ready, and formal list of permits and easements will be provided. And all the project planning and technical documentation is funded by with the LATA grants. that's been done. And this is under the control of the CPUC. Just to give you a little bit of an aerial view of what's happening today in the county, just so you know where the work is. So all of our ARPA work that we described earlier is in the green in the North Salinas and North County, and all of the FFA work that's in South County is in the different orange areas, and those are the areas that have been outlined, mapped, and are being detailed today. We are continuing to communicate and work with the city of Salinas. They have a separate broadband planning activity going on, but we're trying to make sure that all the work we're doing doesn't either overlap, or if there's areas that we can make sure that we're sharing information, or that we can jump onto to assist with areas that we can help with, or that they might be able to help us with, whether it be for middle mile or last mile efforts in there. And so we're continuing to pay close attention to the work they're doing and making sure our work doesn't duplicate in any way. So I'm not going to go through a lot of detail on the next group of slides, but these are all the different. This is around the funding map, and currently waiting for state allocations to being done. And you'll see that you'll hear BEAD funding. There's $42 billion out there. It's being run and operated by the CPUC. And then in the digital equity planning capacity side is being run by the California Department of Technology. And those are the two areas, and there's $2.75 billion in there. All those have been, information has been submitted to the state. Now we're just waiting for, what is going to drop down into the different, what's going to be funded and what's not going to be funded. Next slide. This gives you a little bit of broadband timing around all those efforts. I won't go into walk through each one of these in detail. This just really is an overview, so that when you look at the different things, what is the time frame and what is the dollars that are going to drop in for each of these. And the same goes here for the state digital equity plan. This is talking about what work happens and what time frame that's going to be happening there. And the state funding breakdown, as you heard earlier, these are all the different agencies within the different state departments, so that you can see where the dollars are drifting from and to. So as they get allocated, you'll hear things from CPUC, you'll hear things from, the California Department of Technology, you'll hear things from RCRC, you'll hear some things from Golden State, and it's like, and there's dollars seems to be flying everywhere. The great thing is Sarah's got a great handle on all of this, so I don't have to really pay attention to where it's coming from. As long as it gets to us eventually, that's our goal, and then we get it allocated so that we can actually get services provided to the constituents. So we'll continue to update as we get actual dollars that come from the state and get allocated to different agencies. And the same thing with the last mile funding. The programs which are areas that we're currently working with is how do we get the last mile. So you'll hear middle mile, which is a lot of work that's being done at the state level. It started as 10,000 miles. I think it's down to 8,500 miles at this point in time. The last one I just looked at, is it 83 now? Okay, thank you. So the numbers keep coming, and so it's and they're working with they've changed some of their programs. They also changed some of the locations where middle mile is going. From middle miles where we take last mile, which is how do we get from that middle mile fiber to the actual home of a constituent, and that's the work that we are continuing to work. We're doing right now in South County, and we'll be looking at how do we do that throughout the entire county. And then there's a list of abbreviations. So I'm available, and Sarah's available for any questions. I know we went through that fairly rapidly, but be glad to answer any questions before we bring up Maria to go walk through the strategic plan, which goes through a lot more detail.
Yeah, I want to thank, first of all our team and consultants, RCRC, and all the great work Chris and all the other partners have done down there, because we know that South County, that was the area of greatest need and the least having the access to that fiber to better connect communities. But I wanted to say two things. One, I'm glad you brought this forward, because we haven't had a discussion on broadband for some time since we made that last appropriation. But I wanted this for two reasons. One, to also, now that we're talking about there's different pots of funding that have opening up and others will open up in the future, One concern, which I talked to you about last time we met, was just making sure we're looking at what other areas we could connect last mile, at least get those projects in the pipeline. And I was glad to see these disadvantaged communities in North County and South County. I know I brought up Aroma specifically with you because some of our partners in San Benito County, because that's a tri-county area, we're trying to just wave the flag saying, please don't forget us about here in Aromas. And then at the last State Broadband Council, some constituents in Big Sur brought up, and I know that has something Supervisor Adams has brought up. So I just want to make sure that as I know you got a lot of moving parts, a lot of projects, but I want to make sure that we're not missing out on any potential dollars that may open up where we could connect these last mile communities and put those kind of in our list of potential opportunities. But the other reason I also wanted to bring up was what you were saying earlier. I wanted our colleagues to see there's been a lot of work done over the last couple of years on the state middle mile project areas that are moving through Monterey County. I don't know if you're able to put that up on the map so people could see. And what happened, because we had a budget originally, because I'm on the Middle Mile Advisory Committee, to fund 10,000 miles of broadband throughout the state. That was brought down to 83 because construction costs are so much more. But when there was a lot of pushback in the editorials in the LA Times and the different newspapers, the governor in, I think, November, October, committed that in his January budget, which I think is going to be released tomorrow, he was going to put out a budget that would fund the remaining 1,700 miles so that no communities are put on a second tier and a wait list. He's going to fully fund all 10,000 miles. So we should get news about that tomorrow. And that one of those lines was in Monterey County. So if you put that map up, I wanted our board just to be familiar because it has some impacts on the work Chris and his JPA were doing, and he could add more to this. But originally, a first set of maps were done where the state of California, led by the Department of Technology, rather than building new fiber lines, they try to see what areas already have conduit, areas where they could put fiber or they have existing fiber. And they went to two companies that it wasn't familiar for us, already had existing conduit or fiber in Monterey County. It was a company called Lumen that had 94 miles of fiber that the state will now lease rather than building. It's faster and cheaper to lease it. And then this other company called Cvin, C-V-I-N, had 52 miles going through the county. These are mostly going along Highway 101. And there's a shoot off to 198, that back way to Coalinga. And then as you approach Salinas, there's a back shoot off towards San Juan Bautista. And the other line goes to Castroville, to Santa Cruz County. But then we had one area that was going to be put on that second tier, that wait list. That was this would be newly constructed fiber from Castroville to Pacific Grove. And this is that one area where the governor said it's going to be fully funded in the January budget. So I just wanted our board to see what has happened and to be familiar on that map where we actually have lines coming through Monterey County that the state is in the process of finalizing the leases on to assure that we have open access fiber through Monterey County.
We're trying to see if we can pull that map up since it wasn't included in this.
Yeah, I thought that would be one of the talking points just to bring our board up to speed on that because the maps are being finalized. But there was some changes in that map that affected the work Chris was working on and his the whole team down there. It was originally closer to Highway 101, and then it got put on the other side of the Salinas River, which now creates issues and trying to connect those other communities on the other side and having to go through environmental issues with the river. So,
if you need a few minutes to look at and put that up, we could take some other comments from anybody. Supervisor Lopez?
Yes, I'm happy to share. I want to start with a great appreciation to you, Eric, and Sarah for your work, especially in the partnerships, because as we know in this world of constant moving parts and pieces, we have to work together. And I think having put so many irons in the fire in different places, we're starting to see that those efforts bear fruit. Part of that fruit is, born from the heavy lift that everybody's done. And one of those key pieces, just to illuminate exactly what Supervisor Alejo was talking about, was that middle mile traditionally, we believed, terminated in Soledad. no fiber went south of there. And so for us, we've experienced what happens when that fiber gets cut. As we remember, 911 went down. We went 2 days with no communications, no telephone lines, no internet for all of South County south of that cut in Chular. So looking for that redundancy in our lobbying efforts to try to make sure that this piece is not forgotten. I'm thankful to Supervisor Alejo for his work on that Middle Mile committee to make sure that at least our piece was heard, because just by switching to the other side of the river, we would have incurred a lot more costs in permitting to try to get across a bridge, right? And doing that, we were estimating to lose about a year in timeline for each one of those cross points. So we're hoping to have addressed some of that as we move forward. We know there'll be additional efforts because this is a constantly moving target. But I just once again want to take the time to thank all of our partners, because when we say the South Salinas Valley Broadband JPA, we're talking about all of our cities who've bought in and have partnered with us. The numbers that we put up are just the addresses that we believe are unserved. And I think the one last piece I need to call out before we move forward is the data on that is so rough, right? We get told often, oh yeah, we're serving that address. And when you dig in, nobody's serving that address. Our goal is to lay heavy blankets of opportunity over these communities who've missed it for so long. So I just want to say, while that might look like a small number for 17 million, in reality, there's a lot more connections happening out of that to leverage this into real opportunity. And so I do think this is going to be life-changing for the residents of Southern Monterey County. And all these efforts have a piece to play in that. And everybody's been pulling their piece along and lifting it and getting it done. So a huge debt of gratitude and thank you to you and your team, Eric, for helping coordinate these different efforts.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you have the map, or still looking for it?
She's still,
okay.
Continue.
Yeah, if you Google Middle Mile Broadband Initiative, and it's under statewide network map.
Supervisor Adams or Askew, do you have any?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
So thank you very much. Thanks so much for your presentation. And I know that you guys have been really working diligently on it. I want to follow up on something that Supervisor Alejo commented on, and that is that Big Sur is a very challenging area to serve based on the geographic nature of the region. But at the December meeting of the Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Committee, we had a presentation from Gladys Palato with the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, who is very encouraging about the Big Sur opportunity to have broadband and to be included in some of the projects that are going on. And I know that the population in Big Sur is unique, as it is in most places, but there is that one element of high-end wealth. But then there is the wholly, completely different end of Big Sur, where there are lots of families, lots of children, people who live and work in the area that are really, struggling to get by. And what worries me about it more than anything is that the children in those families too often have to attend school virtually, especially when the roads wash out or when there's when a bridge goes down. And they totally depend on broadband to be able to have any kind of education. So I know that in some of the maps from the presentation, Big Sur is listed, clearly shown as being underserved. And I was wondering if the Big Sur communities, if the organizations there may be able to connect with the consultants or additional county staff for next steps that would ensure that Big Sur doesn't fall off the list, because it kind of feels like it has. And I know that I think it indicated one of the slides maybe was talking about, I think a slide 5 indicated the unincorporated area. There were 269 unserved locations, and it said the county and the South County cities. And when it says county, I didn't know if that meant unincorporated area east of the mountains, or if that meant the southern part of the county that includes the west and Big Sur and, in my dreams, Kashawa as well, which also has difficulty with getting any kind of broadband. But at any rate, I just, as the person who represents that area, I just want to be sure that Big Sur is not forgotten, because there are some people of real need that would benefit from being included in one of the programs.
Thank you for the comments. And yes, so part of what you'll see as the strategic plan is laid out here is what we'll be doing is continuing to broaden from where we've been focused on over this. South County was one of the first ones, especially from the O-band network side of an open access network and the middle mile components once those start coming in there. But in the strategic plan, we'll start addressing how do we reach every constituent in the county, and you'll see some of the different things that will be brought up as Maria lays this out, and we'll be fleshing all of those out and what work we can do in those and what kinds of services can be brought into those areas. Big Sur being one of the most difficult because of its location, its terrain, and things like that, where just the business opportunity for some of the larger providers isn't there. But what are the other providers that could be done as time goes on, and is there a large provider that could eventually get there at some point in time? So we'll be talking about that and then digging into that deeper as we go through that process.
Thank you so much.
Were you able to pull that up, Sarah?
Oh, you had that ready.
If you could scroll down a little bit so you can see Castroville up there.
Yep. This region here, most of Monterey County, they've proposed to lease, with the exception of this area. And I actually have a colored, and that's what I was trying to post. But most of Monterey County is proposed to lease fiber. And what he had indicated was in this area, right in this area, the middle mile was going to be critical to extend from. And then, of course, the impact in South County, as he has mentioned, is that it moved to the other side of the river, which triggered additional costs.
Did you move it up a little bit more so I can see whether there is anything? Doesn't look like there is. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, and if you look on the website, on the middle mile network map, there's a colored version that you could see what is leased, what will be new construction, or will be public-private partnerships. There it is, right there.
So if you take a look, there's a legend, and I wish that they would make this a lot easier and we can blow up. But again, for Monterey County, you can see leased, and then, of course, construction.
And one of the large differences is when this proposal first went through, it was all going to be new construction. And they had to quickly shift gears after they did some initial analysis to say this would take a lot longer and a lot more dollars. And they began looking at leasing capabilities and leveraging other, either conduit that's already in the ground through other providers, which Supervisor Alejo pointed out several of those, as well as leasing lines from some of the large players that have already laid fiber, especially along railroads, was a real common, and around major highway corridors where they had laid fiber just for future events to happen. And so they're leasing that capability now, which is going to allow them to move much quicker, much lower cost, and service more people faster.
And I would point out there was deadlines where they needed to actually expend this funding, I think by the end of 2026, so that's why they had it on a really expedited timeline, had to look for other opportunities to be able to bring it within budget and within the timelines required under federal law.
Yep. Any other comments on the map? Okay. Supervisor Askew, you hadn't said anything. Did you have anything to say? Nope. Okay. I just want to thank you for your presentation too. And I say when I first took office, I had a meeting with somebody about 2 or 3 weeks afterwards who came in to explain that there was going to be this work on Prunedale South and North Road and Strawberry Road as well. That will say it was, I've passed it on to my neighbors because I live right adjacent to there and being covered in that area. So North County, it's been a big issue out there about having broadband, and I never expected to see it out in my area for quite some time because it's kind of an isolated island. But I have had a lot of positive feedback from this, and I wish I could take credit for it, but unfortunately I can't. So thank you for the presentation and the good work.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to invite Maria Kelly here, and she will, Sarah will drive the slides for her, and she'll walk through the strategic plan that's been developed for the County of Monterey. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to take, maybe, Eric, we're going to take some public comment first on this part since we're going to break this off. Anybody in the chambers? Mr. Dayton.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to speak now because I'm not sure I will be able to be here after 3:30. But Kevin Dayton, Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce has been following this plan for broadband for quite a while, and we're going to continue to do so. I think supervisors, I have difficulty going through all the different things and understanding the acronyms and how it works. So don't feel bad if it's difficult to understand. And I can understand why the public would have difficulty following it. But what is great is that the county continues to play a leadership role in trying to make this happen, especially in South County, and the maps show quite well where the biggest challenges are. One thing I wanted to read off here is I went to the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership symposium that they had in October about broadband. We released their study, and I thought that the most valuable thing that came out of there was a to the NRS to talk about challenges facing broadband access, and I'm just going to read them off for you. One, local governments, especially in rural poor areas, lack staff to implement broadband programs even when funding is available. And I think that's going to continue to be one of your biggest challenges, because I hear people say, yeah, I don't know who in our city is in charge of doing the broadband, or, you know, she just left for another place 3 months ago. Two, maps showing geographical access to broadband aren't coordinated and are often inaccurate. You see a little bit in the study that you know, the numbers don't always. It acknowledges there's challenges in getting data. Physical terrain of Central Coast is challenging. Mountains are an obstacle, just mentioned now. Members of the public object to broadband infrastructure such as antennas that has an aesthetic impact. In fact, I know there was a place in Monterey County just a month ago where there was a big controversy on that. It's difficult and expensive to connect homes and businesses in rural areas of the region. Obviously, the money problem. And 6, government confidentiality and corporate trade secrets make it difficult to get accurate data for planning and mapping. So I put those in the Monterey County Business, the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce Business Journal, and I'm passing those on to you as the obstacles you might face. Thank you.
Thank you. I see nobody else in chambers. Is anybody online? No. Okay, thank you. So please, yes, go ahead with your presentation.
Hello, supervisors. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Maria Kelly, and I live in San Luis Obispo County, and I was before our Board of Supervisors this morning. Same report, different data. So really thrilled to be here today. And this is my final report. I've already been to San Benito, and now I'm here with you. So thank you so much. Best for last. And this is my last day as a private consultant. I'm going to work for the California Department of Technology in the Office of Broadband and Digital Literacy starting tomorrow. Had to do this first. So really happy to be here. So again, the RCRC funded project, or the Golden State Finance Authority project, was really did focus on last mile. So thank you for bringing up the middle mile piece of that. It is an important aspect of this, and keeping in mind that we are working on broadband for all. So not to worry that our very rural areas are being paid attention to. And you look at the very back of this PowerPoint, you'll see areas of opportunity, and knowing that to get to Big Sur, it's going to probably take fixed wireless access, but fiber coming down the coast, fiber coming up the coast through San Luis Obispo, some infrastructure to tap into. Eventually we will get there. So just wanted to put that out there. Here's the agenda that I'm going to walk through. You have a very weighty report. And somehow we're going to push this into about 15 slides, and happy to answer any questions afterward. So the project scope and timeline, like I stated, was pretty quick. We did our kickoff meeting with your we put together a technical advisory committee with the help of Sarah to make sure that there was some representation. We always invited everybody. We usually had a much smaller group than anticipated, but we did like to have representation from all the participants, because broadband planning is a very collaborative piece of success to make sure it's done properly. So these are all the pieces that went into it. And towards the end, I think it'll be important to spend a little bit time on sort of, again, the policy review aspect of as a barrier to deployment, and then looking at some recommendations and next steps, but happy to answer any questions. Broadband planning requires data. Funding allocations are based on that data. Really, we're using the CPUC data and the FCC mapping data. Inconsistent, as noted earlier. The new FCC maps came out last week. Again, they're instead of relying on ISP self-report, this is more challenges by government. It's going to be important that your staff continue to look at those FCC overlays as it relates to some of this. So this is what the FCC data told us. I would like to bring your attention to the fact that where possible, we did look and analyze gigabit speed symmetrical service. Symmetrical service is how all this broadband planning is done. And at the state and federal level, looking at 100 download, 20 upload, kind of keeping those metrics in mind, but noticing that the priority, most of the areas that are unserved and underserved is in that south area of your county. Here's the CPUC data that we worked with, and you'll notice the differences between those two maps. And then the analysis that we did, that the staff, that the team did, really did a deep dive. And when we looked at those unserved locations, how could we reach them? And again, that's in the report, and it's at the end of the PowerPoint where we were able to develop some priority areas and technology. We are still in a fiber first situation, recognizing that fiber is not going to be able to get everywhere, and that's when we start looking at fixed wireless, and we actually have a number of residents in your county that are only going to be served by satellite. So what are some key takeaways based on the data available? Most of Monterey County is considered served based on the previous FCC maps. Of those, 99% have access to that threshold of 120. Again, that's the data that was accessible to us as of April, May of last year. That's changing. So it's going to be important to keep this data updated. Most of your unserved locations are in the unincorporated area. We were familiar, or I was familiar with the South County JPA formation over the last couple of years. So we did focus in that area, recognizing that that did correlate with the FCC and CPUC data. So there was a little more attention, but also noticing that in other areas of your county, you also have you also have unserved areas. There's pockets within all portions of, we've had conversations with Marina and Carmel, and but again, broadband for all. We're eventually going to get to everybody, but we did the analysis throughout the best that we could. While the project was not really focused on digital equity or inclusion, or the inclusion aspect of it, you really shouldn't overlook it. Even though you're looking at the infrastructure, you really do need to look at the people piece of it. So through an interview, mostly one-on-one interview process that I led, doing some outreach to some specific partners. You have some great, I could not speak more highly of your library system, and sort of your lead team there. Had a lot of good conversations. Your CalWorks staff was really helpful in helping understand what those barriers to access as it related to employment and training opportunities. And also with Loaves, Fishes, and Computers, spent quite a bit of time with them as well, understanding those relationships and how successful they had been in really the Digital Navigator program in the right language, which really continues to be an important area for this county when we're talking about digital equity and inclusion and literacy, is that digital navigation piece. So you'll have time to either do a deeper dive or into the report or ask questions. The ACP enrollment is important. The FCC is going to be winding down some of that work until either the FCC and the Congress commits funding, or the state of California commits funding to continue some sort of affordable program. So we are going to see some new information coming out over the next few months. Still TBD what Congress is going to do, but hopefully if they don't fund it, the state of California is still very committed to affordability programs. So what did we find when we looked at when the team, not me, the engineers on the team, looked at network solutions and scenario analysis, looked really focused and created those opportunity zones where there was either an opportunity for ISP investment straight up or required private-public partnership, keeping in mind that the state and federal policy is asking the public sector to come to the table to potentially be a partner in really allocating those funds. Where is that ROI gap? What can an ISP do? And you've already been successful as a county in your grant work with Charter and other potential other ISPs. You already understand how this works. There's going to be more of that to come. And just, you're doing great work already. There's just going to be more to come. So understanding where those opportunities are in our opportunity zones as it relates to the ISP investment or PPP, and whether that's fiber or fixed wireless. So that analysis has been done in the report. Some of that may change a little bit based on the mapping, but for the most part, we feel pretty good. We shared this information to support the Golden State Connect, the FFA application. So some of this played into that as well. The team did look at some conceptual designs, recognizing that there's other ladder work happening for you, and so didn't spend as much time on that. That'll be coming back to you. And then what are some operating models for consideration? Very few agencies want to become broadband providers, but starting again to understand that public-private partnership. Just some data again with some key takeaways. We did look at, again, this was a last mile project, so we looked at where would grant funding need to come to, or kind of a best cost analysis based on 5 months ago or 4 months ago. What would it take to really fund those opportunity areas, and what projects would really need to leverage that middle mile, and then which other projects could leverage county infrastructure. Again, working with the information that we had, and that's where you'll see there that on the final that about 790 unserved locations, their only access really is going to be satellite. Broadband policy continues to be the biggest barrier to broadband deployment. We tried to mostly engage with the South Salinas Valley JPA. We had a great conversation with King City. We were able to get some information from Salinas, and to people's points, capacity continues to be an issue, even in just providing information. But we did do an analysis based on the California Department Permitting Playbook, the CDT Permitting Playbook. What are those barriers? What are some areas for consideration when you're looking at policies? And here were some high-level recommendations. I won't spend a lot of time here. They're fully spelled out again in the project. But noticing where you're doing really well as a county and where there might be some opportunities. It does sound like you have a lot of other priorities, but if there's other considerations and you're going to look at dig once or other sort of planning ordinances. So what is a potential action plan, just high level? Continue to confirm and identify those priority areas, those access opportunity zones where the ISPs might want to jump in. Where are there opportunities to do some partner engagement? And again, and Sarah did a great job monitoring those CPUC and FCC mapping, and because again, all the funding's based on those maps. So we want to make sure they're accurate, so reporting and challenging them as appropriate. Looking at the streamlining and permitting, you're doing a great job with that already, but continuing to make sure that your permitting process is not a barrier to future deployment. And again, I've touched on some of the digital equity. It's been a long day. I'm happy to answer any questions. Like I said, there's some slides at the back that show some of those opportunity zones, but that's it for me for now.
Thank you. I do have a question here on the in the unincorporated areas. Do you have a breakdown of where the populations are that are not being served? You sort of have a total and aggregate amount, but
some of that can be seen in those maps in the opportunity zone maps. I'll jump to one and just sort of show you what it looks like. So here's an example of the North County sort of an opportunity zone map where we've cross-referenced the CPUC, the FCC data, and looked at where we might be able to see some prior opportunities for fiber. These again, this is last mile for fiber deployment and fixed wireless access. So it's taking that, it doesn't give you, I hope this answers your question a little bit, Supervisor Church. It does the best job that we can with the information available. And again, it will provide those. So let's look at Salinas, 23% without fiber. This doesn't give you exact population. Would this help a little bit?
Yeah, it does. It kind of brings up the point that I was sort of making here too, is when you showed the map earlier, where there are large areas in South County and Big Sur that weren't being covered, and which is true, and there's people there that need broadband. But also, I wanted to point out on the North County was really underserved, and that is where, as I've frequently pointed out, half the unincorporated population of the county lies. So, geography and population can sometimes be a little misleading. And
absolutely. Absolutely. We didn't prioritize necessarily. I mean, some of the analysis was based on density, but here's an example of, we did do the analysis for sort of that Big Sur area where there potentially may be some opportunities. So again, this is baseline data where we are, within the last few months and where there is opportunity for you to all move forward.
Any other questions? This side? Done? Supervisor Alejo?
I just want to commend this work. These are great maps for the community to see, for us as a board. I don't know if this got emailed to us, but certainly the colored version, I'd appreciate just having that for my future reference and guiding me in my work as well. But I really want to thank you for helping us do this map and also point these areas where in the future look for potential opportunities on the last mile. Exactly what I was talking about in the previous presentation. I think that's excellent.
And at the very back of the presentation too, it breaks out where those fiber opportunity zones and what some timelines might look at. So there is some good information there for your future consideration.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for finishing this off before you go on to your next chapter in your career, and look forward to seeing you at the Department of Technology as well. Thank you.
And any other questions?
Any other questions over here? Nope.
No
thank you
questions,
so
just
much.
Thank you for making sure Big Sur was on that list.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure working with Monterey County.
And I think I need to go out to public comment on this as well. Anybody in chambers? Online? No. Okay.
And I like her optimistic attitude towards this. We're going to get there eventually, everywhere. Awesome.
So I don't believe this item needs any action. It's just a report which we've received, and can move on to some other board matters. The County Administrative Officer will be up next.
Yes, just a couple comments. Just as a note, today is my official 1 year. It's the 9th of January, which is when I started. So thank you all so much. It has been an honor. So thank you. This is my anniversary, exactly. And so through the year, I mean, a lot of comments were made earlier in terms of what we went through the emergency, but with every, what seems to be a chaotic event, we had opportunities to learn so much about better ways to communicate with individuals, and really the opportunity for all of us to do an all-hands approach when it comes to troubleshooting how we engage the community and how we can better serve. Plus, we've improved our communication, really identifying these different areas where we have communication gaps, but then also opening the opportunity for our 5,000 plus employees to actually be able to tell us how can we better serve through their eyes, as opposed to trying to do it from the top down. We're actually inviting everybody to that conversation. So in that vein, we've started the community budget, the county budget process. And so as we gear up, we're looking at ways that we are going to engage the community. It's going to be through your different offices, but then have an in-person opportunity as well to have the budget team give a presentation to the community, both in person and on Zoom, so that they could give us a little bit of feedback, but also to learn, they don't necessarily have to come to the meeting on the day of. They could we'll do it in advance and try to do it in the evening so that they'll hear that as well. So we'll be working on that planning piece. And then all of you are working with us on the strategic goals. So we've met with Jan Perkins, and we're lining up for that retreat to occur sometime in March. So those are the updates that I have. And just one more thing, just a thank you to the staff for all the work getting us ready for this, the storms that are coming. So thank you.
We have no referrals, so we'll just move to board comments. Look over on this side if Supervisor Askew, you want to start for us?
Yeah, just a couple things. Next Wednesday, we're doing our first Wednesday with Wendy of 2024. That'll be online at 5:30. Encourage anyone that wants to tune in and chat with us to join us. We'll be on Facebook and Zoom. We have Martin Luther King Day events coming up in both Seaside and Salinas, so encourage folks. We won't be meeting next week, but we will have those community events happening on Monday. And then I did want to take just a moment to give a special shout out of appreciation to all of the county workers who were not able to take time off over the holidays. We had a chance to spend time with our families, really appreciated that, celebrated my son's 12th birthday, but so many of our county operations function 24/7, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, every day of the year, regardless of whether it's a holiday or not. We're delivering critical health and safety functions and programs. And I want to thank the folks, the dedicated men and women from our sheriff's office who were present during the entire holiday. I want to recognize the healthcare providers and the housekeeping staff at Natividad Medical Center, our hardworking public storm response teams, Public Works, who were out there on Christmas Eve and New Year's Day and diligently protecting the community. We've had folks at the animal shelter who are caring for the animals. They don't get to take time off. And our incredible 911 operators who make so many personal sacrifices to make sure that someone's there when we call them. So on behalf of all of our county residents, I just want to say thank you. We see the work that you're doing and we appreciate the dedication that the county team has to caring for our community. Thanks.
That was one of the nicest reports. Thank you so much. That's very true. Yeah, those that were out hand digging on the Carmel Lagoon, as an example. So appreciate the staff that we have here. And so appreciate you, Sonia, for being with us for 1 year. I'm surprised you didn't walk out 3 months after you started with everything you had to face. It's been so refreshing to have you as our staff leader. It's really wonderful. I'm just enjoying it and very, very pleased about it all. So thank you. And Happy New Year to everyone who's out there today. I just have a couple of quick things. Just some things that are going on in the district. The annual Big Sur Foragers Festival is coming up on January 19th to 21st. It's a unique fundraiser for the Big Sur Health Center and beloved by the community. So if you like mushrooms, you might want to enjoy doing the Big Sur Forager. And then the AT&T Pro Golf Tournament is going to be a little bit earlier than this year and quite different. But I just thought I would mention that it's going to be February 1st through February 4th. And then finally, I just want to say as well, thank you to my colleagues. I appreciate so much where we ended up on the cannabis issue. And I mean that because truly, I have been working on this for 8 years. And I know it wasn't easy, but I just thank you so much for moving this ahead. I have great belief that we have the possibility to have an industry that can thrive and survive and really help all of us. So thank you very much for that vote today. Thanks.
Supervisor Alejo or Lopez?
Let you go first. Oh. Was that age before beauty?
Well, first of all, yeah, I did want to just recognize that this next Monday, our nation is commemorating the legacy and the work of Dr. King. It just reminds us that when we see a lot of the things happening across our nation, the very polarized politics, it reminded us how much more work we got to do in our nation to address some of the civil rights and human rights issues that continue to confront us and tear us apart, for that matter, across our nation. So I look forward, hopefully Pastor Steve at the Methodist Church here in Salinas holds the event as he has, and I look forward to joining him. I did want to also recognize that next week I'll be in Sacramento for 3 days. First of all, to support our colleague, Supervisor Chris Lopez, who is taking the leadership role as president of RCRC. I think that's the first time because we've only been a member of RCRC for the first time the last few years, and Chris quickly rose to the highest ranks, which is not easy because you got to build a coalition of support and get people behind you to be able to become second VP, first VP, and eventually be elected president of RCRC. And that moment has come next Wednesday night, and so I'll be in Sacramento for that. The following day, I have my executive committee for CSAC, so I'll stay there, and then Friday I have my Middle Mile Advisory Committee in person in Sacramento, so I'll stay up there for all those days. But I just wanted to recognize the leadership leadership of Chris Lopez and everything that he's done there. You're very well spoken of among your colleagues at RCRC. Also, I have my rescheduled Café con Luis, and I know we cut for the end of this month, February 25th, a couple weeks, but I want to thank our CAO for coming to East Salinas to speak to some of our community leaders, and then Elsa Jimenez or her representative talk about the new behavioral health clinic opening up soon in East Salinas, and then we have our soccer complex folks giving an update on their phase 2 of that project. So I want to invite the public to come to La Plaza Bakery, January 25th at 6 o'clock. We will be there. Last thing I wanted to say is that over the winter break, I did have an opportunity to visit one of our counties in the South, Imperial County, and I want to thank their CAO, who set up a very nice tour of the Lithium Valley. As there's so much talk, it was Miguel Figueroa, your colleague, Sonia, and Gil Rebollar, their assistant CAO, did a really nice tour for me and Supervisor Felipe Hernandez from Santa Cruz County, some mayors, some other folks on my staff Javier went with us. But it was trying to go to a disadvantaged community before this Lithium Valley takes off, which has a lot of potential to have a lot of community benefits for their disadvantaged communities in Brawley, El Centro, all those Calipatria, all those different communities that could really benefit from new tax revenue, new manufacturing jobs. And it's the future of and a key piece to be made to make our goals of electric vehicles if we could have our own primary source to actually manufacture the batteries that are needed for these vehicles. So it was an exciting opportunity, but I just wanted to say thank you to a county that took time to welcome us with open arms, and really I learned a lot. I met a lot of really amazing people in those areas, and I was also able to visit Supervisor Manuel Perez in Riverside County, Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia, and his team. So I had a good time visiting some of our colleagues to the south over the winter break. With that, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just first want to echo Supervisor Askew's comments about our staff, especially through these storms. We had so many issues that came up that never rose to the point that they needed to be in the paper or heard because staff was so proactive, especially around our public works team. I want to thank them because up in Arroyo Seco, we're still trying to get a road fix from last year. And so there was questions about waste service, and we were able to keep things seamless thanks to their dedication. And in that, I want to give a thank you every time that they drive by. My son Theo waves at them, and he loves waving at them, and they always honk the horn. So it means a lot to us. I also had the opportunity to celebrate a birthday last weekend with my baby girl turning 1, and as part of that, it reminded me that it was January 5th when the storm started last year, and there was a bit of trauma around that. My wife said, "You think you have trauma?" You know, tough memories. But as we look back over the last year and the changes that have happened and the way that we're recovering, I wanted to share one last piece, which is our community throughout the county is still suffering. And by that, I mean the lack of work. I had more families than ever reach out to me personally, whether through social media or calling our office to say, is there anywhere I can pick up more work? Most folks just averaged less work this year because the storms made it a later start, and all these different pieces with ground being under water for so long made it so that people took home less. And there's this discussion which often doesn't rise to our level, but communities are asking, how do we make sure that this doesn't happen again for different reasons, right? And as the season ended earlier, and as folks are dealing with a winter where then your unemployment benefit is based off of what you earned, they're taking home even less on that end. So the impact is real. The need out there is real. I want to thank our partners at the food bank who've been huge partners in making sure that we continue to reach those with the highest need. As part of that, I want to thank everybody who took part in our Operation Santa, including our CAO and her entire team who came out and got to meet Santa himself and got to help distribute food to our families. The amount of appreciation felt was incredible, and for that, I also want to thank my team, Priscilla, Monica, and Julie, who helped pull that event off. It is something special that happens every year, and I went through the holidays and interacted with folks in places I didn't think I would, where they would stop me in the grocery store and whisper to me and let me know that they were a family who received help and how much it meant to them, more so this year than others. And so I just want to thank my community for that opportunity to serve in that capacity, and to every person who took part in that, know that it had a massive impact on morale, spirit, and joy. And as we look forward to this year, look forward to that opportunity to lead at RCRC, and thank all my colleagues for your continued support in that role. I think joining RCRC, when I joined this board, has had a great impact on Monterey County and all of our rural areas, but Monterey County as a whole, as we saw in the last presentation. And so as I step into that role, I just want to thank you all for your support, as I know it's going to stretch me a little further this year, but it's worth it. And so thank you all for your support and for your help in all the things that need to happen on that end. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I want to congratulate you, Supervisor Lopez, for your chairship you're going to be assuming, and as well as the one-year anniversary. Sonia, and I hope there's going to be many, many more of those anniversaries as well. So I also want to just praise the many North County, North Salinas volunteers who work to help make the holidays a bit brighter for everyone. Those who are collecting toys for children, or hosted community dinners and collected items for their neighbors in need. For those who decorated the Prunedale Shopping Center for the holidays with a very nice Christmas tree, by the way. And just a great outpouring of holiday spirit by one and all. And I, had my own pleasure of celebrating the new year by dropping by the Prunedale American Legion and seeing the many veterans who have served this country for a long time. And that was on New Year's Eve, and it was a dinner and a champagne that they had. And with that, I will, I guess, pass it over for any readouts from County Council.
Thank you, Chair. For the Water Resources Agency, there's no reportable action. For County of Monterey, the Board of Supervisors approved an agreement with the County of Monterey Probation Association that concludes the meet and confer process for the health insurance reopener provision of the Probation Association MOU. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you. And that will bring our meeting to a, oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Oh, okay, please. Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you. I just wanted to ensure that we were able to adjourn in memory today. I don't know if anyone else had planned to say anything, but I would like to indicate that we would be today adjourning in memory of a 5th District veteran, Phil Maestas. Phil was 96 years old, and he passed away in December, but we weren't around, so we wanted to have the opportunity to just make comment on him today. He married Helga in Berlin, who was German when he was stationed there during the war. He served our country in 3 separate wars: World War II, the Korean War, and Vietnam. His service included World War II service in Berlin, where he guarded captured Nazis while overseas, and he did some physical education work with the troops here at Fort Ord. He earned the Combat Infantryman Badge in Korea and in Vietnam, and he also served with the 1st Infantry Division and the 1st Cavalry Division. Both are very distinguished Army units. He was a beloved neighbor and friend to all who knew him. He continued to pass written and driving tests every 2 years until just a couple of years ago. He loved to drive, and not just as a means of maintaining his independence. He will be missed by Benny, and he certainly served our county and our country well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other final comments? Then we are ready to adjourn, and we'll be back on January 23rd.
Thank you. Good job on your first meeting, sir.
I heard that.